All right, that was entirely the wrong countdown because that's their default. Way too long.
Oh, well.
Sorry, folks. Yeah, I don't know why their default is like 30 seconds long, but
That's the only one I
right.
use.
I got one that was like 10 seconds, and I think that might be a little too short sometimes because sometimes it's. But I'm kind of thinking I need one that's like 15 seconds just to, of course, finding proper audio for like 15 seconds is going to be its own fun. So, hello. Hopefully, everyone can hear us. I'm always worried about audio and all of that good stuff, but
Sounds good to me. So
yeah,
just,
I think
as long
all
you
right.
know what, as long as we can hear each other, that's all that really matters, right?
That's fair. I'm sure the chat would be just entirely fine with sitting here for however long.
Eventually, they'll be like, "We haven't heard a word you guys have said this whole time."
And thank you, Lindsay. It looks like she gave out a pile of subs. Well, thank you. And
nice.
I see people saying the audio is good. That is excellent. So somebody else is saying that they're reading lips. So I think that person might be trolling. But all right. So
I'm just messing with them now.
Somebody sent me the lab report, like the FBI reports, and that's exciting.
Yeah. And infuriating.
Yeah, there's some details in this that I don't know that people have really seen. Well, the problem is that there's plenty of news articles that are saying, "Hey, we have the reports," and then those news articles go ahead and not show the reports.
Yeah.
And so people are just relying on media who don't really know what they're talking about in order to see what's going on.
That never happens. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So instead, we're going to do this with, I'm a firearms lawyer. You've been on sets and had to deal with this.
Yeah.
So we're going to actually have some expertise here. And yes, we do have, somebody was asking, do I have the actual report? Yep, we absolutely do. And that
we is looking at it with our eyeballs.
Yep. So let's just put this up.
And it is real. It definitely has. I'd like to point to everybody notice that the letterhead at the top has the Federal Bureau of Investigation stamp, an address, and so much more, because, there's another case where somebody forgot to include that in their documents.
So, yeah, I mean, the source of this is Vile Law and Crime, who I don't think would be inclined to put something fake up on their page. I mean, I've had some criticism of their commentary before, but by and large, they're not bad. And certainly
this would be a huge federal offense if this was fake and they put it out.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
As much as they're not perfect, they don't tend to be people who buy into like the obvious scams, right? Because there are some commentators out there who, they'll post stuff and it's just like, oh, that's just, I can't really buy this. But which organization was it that said that what's his name? Aquaman testified at
the fine journalists over at the LA Times. When they were critiquing how everybody was watching the trial through TikTok, they used a TikTok and said it was real. And we were all like, I mean, that's one way to play yourselves, but come on.
Yeah, they played themselves hard on that one.
So should I say first off, so like not only, I do want to clarify, not only have I been an actor who's handled blank fires on sets, I actually do have training and have done armorer work in a theater. Cool. Yes. So now, granted, let me add this. Laws, you have to obey the laws. And we are talking about something that happened in New Mexico. And I don't know anything about New Mexico's laws. And then, it's been 10 years since I took the course that had all the different union guidelines and all of that. So I did pull them up yesterday because I was curious to see if anything had changed or been added. I haven't seen any major changes. So, but yeah, I've been on both sides of this. And so this is the most infuriating thing ever. It's just awful.
Yeah, well, there's so much stuff in here that is just frustrating as hell. And,
Go for it. Make
yeah.
us angry. Tell them what's
Yep.
in it.
And I've got the door open here because my wife is not home, and these pups are feeling a little lonely.
Aww.
So occasionally there may be little views of puppy dogs sneaking in and out. Because
I might need to hold one. Like, I wish I could right now to like maybe
well,
I need. Yeah.
If you visit, you could totally meet the Zora and the Potter. They're very cute pups.
I might have to go get my unicorn at this my plushie unicorn for this stream. Whew. All right.
Oh, there goes Zora again. So there's actually several reports here because, of course, they do several bits of tests. So the first here is just the lab report. Jose Cortez. I don't know who that is other than just special agent, but that doesn't much matter here. Mm-mm. But you'll note here, discipline, explosives, chemistry. So that is relevant. Now, this we're going to sort of have to keep coming back to because this tells us where all these things were taken from.
Yeah.
And that matters. Some of these things are, some of these things come from different places in terms of like, this item was found on set and this item was found, was provided by, for just a comparison, a test sample kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
So, we see item 4, cartridge from top of cart, cartridge from bandolier on top of cart, holster inside building, item 12 tray, item 24. So these are all things from set, but there are some comparison items here. All right.
Don't mind me. I'm having a light issue. Carry on.
No worries. I thought you were going to say you were having a light beer, in which case I was going to throw a little bit of shade just to say, drink a real beer. Like, it's okay to drink on the stream here. Just, real beer.
I didn't actually. I ran out of rum. I know it's a tragedy. And I haven't made it to a store to get anything. Which is it's a bummer. But somebody got us. We haven't tried this before. But I am in the state of California. Let me just preface it with that. But somebody bought us, let's see, I think it's bubble water with happy weed.
Fair enough. Certain plant forms in it. So.
Yes. So I've never tried it. We're gonna give it a try and see what it's like, I guess.
And I may also need to step aside because I ordered food to
arrive
here? Like
of course
30 minutes. And that sounds like my dogs are indicating that it's here. So yeah, you can hear them. They've got opinions about this. All right. I will just be back in just a second here. So maybe to stop those noises. So just be right back.
He's gonna mute the dogs. It's all good. It's all right. I'm in charge now. Just kidding. So I'll say, like, the moment the story broke, I knew that this was incompetence from top to bottom, and it is really bad. It just keeps getting worse. But I don't know if anybody in the chat or watching heard the, I think it's in one of the civil suits, somebody said that there was sabotage. They were trying to say, I heard this claim. I don't know where it came from, but I'm pretty sure y'all are about to find out that it is debunked. That there was like a singular bullet that somehow managed to find its way into a box of dummy rounds. That's somebody's story, but I don't remember which person. Keep that in your minds as we go forward. Because I called bullshit on that one the second I heard it. I was like, nah.
Which one is this?
I don't know if you heard this one, Ian. Did you hear this story, this version, where the singular bullet mysteriously ended up in a box of dummy rounds or blanks, and that's how it. Had you heard that one?
I mean, if there was this one mysterious bullet, I mean, that's That seems implausible, right?
Yeah, I already was like, I'm going to say that's not true. And from this report, I think we can say that's not true.
Yeah. So let's sort of go through all of this, because these reports are kind of wonderful in one way because there's lots of details, but at the same time, that's going to be difficult for a lot of people to sort of establish here. So they just note here, disc-shaped double-base smokeless powder was identified in items 4 through 7 and 13 through 1. Smokeless powders are low explosives. So what that means, when they say disc-shaped, they're just referring to the powder shape there. But smokeless powder is just these things had gunpowder in them. So correct. Items 4 through 7 and 13 through and 13-1. So 4, cartridge from top of cart. 5, cartridge from top of cart. 6, cartridge from bandolier on top of cart. 7, cartridge from holster inside building. And 13-1, cartridge from item 2 tray. So these are a number of live cartridges. It's not just one. So anybody who's saying that there was just one on set is wrong here.
Yeah.
And they note that they use a bunch of techniques, which we don't really care about. If we were running this trial, we would, we'd care what techniques they were. But yeah. Now, there are some redactions because it's an FBI report, but the redactions are actually fairly gentle. What I mean by that is that they didn't go through and redact every single detail. But what they did redact is stuff like contact forensic examiner Robert W. Gillette at number or number. That seems like a reasonable redaction to me.
Yeah.
To not post their phone numbers, because I can guarantee you if they put out the phone numbers of these people, they would be getting nonstop calls from just people going, hey, I saw you on Runkle's stream on the thing there. So yeah. And yeah, disc shape is just a very common, when they're making smokeless powder, they need it to be a particular size. And because different grain sizes of powder will burn in different ways. So they have different ways of sort of getting that powder to the right grain size, and those end up with different shapes. So that's why we have disc shaped here. That's all that means. Some people have said, hey, is this a situation where we need to know the techniques? I mean, kind of, but it's visual and microscopic inspection, thermal susceptibility testing, spectroscopy, and gas chromatography. These are just accepted techniques. Nothing there leaps to mind as, oh my God, this is, they did something weird. There's no astrology. There's no, nobody was reading tea leaves and so forth.
They didn't hang it from a pendulum and see how far it swung in each direction.
Yeah, exactly. It's
God.
So
it's the FBI, guys. I'm pretty sure they know how to test ammunition at this point.
Yeah, I'm not super concerned about all of that. So basically all that this first report says is just these things tested positive for powder. And that is cartridges from the top of cart, bandolier on top of cart, holster inside building, and item 12 tray. That is concerning, right? Because that's a lot of cartridges to be floating around. And yeah.
I'm interested in that holster one. That's interesting.
So now this goes on to another discipline, because they're doing a whole bunch of other, further things. And this one is a firearms and tool marks investigator. Ooh. Now, tool mark analysis is basically any time you use a tool on another thing, it's going to leave marks. And those marks may be distinctive. So if you are, let's say you're using a chisel on a surface and you chisel away at, or you're using a chisel to, for instance, carve something out so that you can break into a place.
Yeah.
That chisel surface is not going to be perfect. It's not going to be a pristine surface. It's going to have little indents and marks and so forth. And those end up transferring to what you're working on. Now, in the sphere of firearm analysis, where this is relevant is that as the bullet passes, and the bullet being the projectile, people use bullet and cartridge interchangeably, and they shouldn't. I sometimes do it just out of bad habit. But the bullet is the lead part, the actual projectile. And as that travels through the barrel, it is going to get marked by that barrel. It's going to get affected by it. So when they're talking about, striations, I see people using that in the chat. Yes. So, and yes, remember that bullet is the lead projectile. Yes. Cartridge is the whole thing that the case, the powder, the primer, and the projectile.
Yeah. The verbiage does get really like
friend confusing. Of mine trolling in the chat.
Oh, because of I had a gun that shoots the whole cartridge. Okay. But yeah, because I used to say ammunition. I remember when the story first broke and they were using the word live ammo, and I was like, what? And then somebody was like, well, that can mean the blank cartridge. And I'm like, okay, we gotta figure out what terminology we're all using. And it is what you were saying earlier about the media not knowing what they're talking about. And so they were using terms that were just confusing everyone right off the bat. But as soon as I heard like 2 people were hit with it, I was like, no, that wasn't a blank cartridge.
I mean, you're going to be hit by something, and
But to go through 2 people, I was like, no, I'm going to need more information there, because I was like,
that
was a bullet.
That was a bullet. Yeah,
that was a bullet.
And I see people were asking, what is a bandolier? So a bandolier, it can go across, your chest or across your waist or whatever, but it just has little loops that you tuck a bullet into.
Yeah.
And
this being a Western film, so everybody knows that, right? This was a Western film. We're probably referring to the costume pieces.
Yes. But I mean, if they're finding live cartridges in the costume pieces, that is.
I made a note. I'm like, hold on, whose holster are we talking about?
I got a big why. So. Now, this one, I don't know if the numbering is the same. I just want to see here because they've got.
This is where it's like hard to follow.
Yeah. So it looks like the numbering may be the same in terms of which items they have here for item 4 and item 4. So I think that they are probably matched up. So we have item number 1, bullet from Joel D'Souza. Now, when they're saying bullet from Joel D'Souza, they don't mean like Joel gave it to them. They mean this is the bullet they pulled out of the dude.
Yeah.
So, it wasn't like, hey, this guy, was good enough to provide this. This literally came from outside of the guy, or from inside, actually. Revolver. So that is the firearm that was in question. And then a bunch of things in terms of cartridges from where they came from. Item 8, ammunition box. Tray from item 8, ammunition box. So all sorts of things here, which we're going to have to go back and refer to just to see what we're talking about here. But I'll just note that some of these are like cartridge provided by Seth Kenny, which these are details where they got ammunition from some other source that may not have been from on site. So, all right.
Are those the one you're talking about that were for comparison's sake?
Yeah, because they do have some cartridges just to compare. And I did see some people saying, what is a primer? The primer is, so the powder itself is fairly stable. And when I say fairly stable, I mean,
fairly,
it'll go off if you put a flame to it, but it doesn't go off, when you tap it or, whatever else. You need something to start that reaction off. You need actually a small explosive that is unstable. So that's what the primer is for, is it's there to be unstable so that it goes off when it's struck by a solid thing, the firing pin. And when the firing pin strikes the primer, it explodes. There's a little explosion in there, and that in turn sets off the smokeless powder, which then projects the bullet. It generates those gases. The reason why they don't just fill it entirely with primer is that the primer doesn't generate that same level of gases, and is also it also has different explosive properties, which would be much more destructive. The primer would actually be able to start causing damage to the firearm. So there's all sorts of reasons. This is kind of getting off topic, but the primer is an essential
science class.
Yeah, it's essential for the process by which a cartridge fires.
Because it basically, like all you all really need to understand is that a cartridge that is a blank, it doesn't have a projectile. It just has powder and primer, and it just goes boom. Okay, and that's all it's meant to do. But you can handle it. You can throw it around. You can do a lot of things, and it shouldn't go boom. It has to have the strike that causes a spark, that causes ignition, that makes it go poof. And they're actually, in the state of California, they're considered the theatrical weapons are considered explosives devices. Because
they and somebody was saying, would it be fair to say that a primer acts like the flint in an old rifle? Yeah, if you think of a flintlock rifle, the flint generates the spark, and the primer replaces that. So, all right. So, looking over this, they're going to actually explain a lot of the terminology, which is going to be helpful to us here. So, item number 2 is a 45 long Colt caliber Pieta single action revolver, model 1873, and I actually bought one just like this. So
you did? Oh.
Yeah, I've got a video that I'll be putting out as soon as I can get it properly edited. But we did a little bit of testing just to see what kind of effort would have been taken to not kill Ms. Hutchins. So
I can't.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to laugh or I get angry. Yeah.
Now it notes, quarter cock and half cock manual safeties. What that means is that the hammer can be set in positions that are not the full all the way back.
We have to use our finger guns, right? Because YouTube.
Yes, this is a live stream. If I could, I'd go and actually bring out the actual firearm and show you guys. But I can't do that without YouTube not just shutting down this stream, but also burning my channel to the ground. So we're not going to do that today.
Yeah.
Item 2 has a hammer with a fixed firing pin and does not contain any internal safety mechanism to prevent the firing pin from striking the primer of a chambered cartridge, such as a transfer bar or hammer block. Now, people are probably thinking, what does that mean? A lot of modern firearms will have different things to increase sort of drop safety. And drop safety means that if you have the gun and you hold it up and you drop it onto pavement or whatever else, you don't want it to go off. You want it to only go off when you are actually pressing the trigger.
Yeah.
So this is it's a reproduction of an old design, and so it doesn't have those things. A transfer bar is actually like a little piece that the hammer strikes the transfer bar to then strike the firing pin, and then that can basically be moved out of the way. And so the idea is that as you pull the trigger, it puts the transfer bar as part of that sequence, so it's not present unless the trigger is being pulled. That prevents the firearm from going off unless the trigger is being pulled. Hammer block is kind of the same thing, but it prevents the hammer from moving.
Yeah.
So all of those that's what they're talking about here. This is sort of a full formal firearms report. So
I was checking to see if I happened to just have like a drawing of a revolver like in this folder, but I don't. I was going to be like, here you go, guys.
And Secret McSquirrel, get some rest. You've been at this real hard, so we appreciate.
Why is she still awake?
I don't know. But
we can handle it. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right.
It'll be fine. We can. I can zap bots as needed. All right. So they also note that they didn't do a ballistic information search because revolver type cartridge case images are not being entered into the database.
Mm.
It also doesn't much matter that they're not doing the search here, because we're really not going to suspect that Baldwin is involved in a series of murders across, that's what the idea is for that, is that they're going to trace this to some convenience store.
He's not secretly like out committing all the crimes. I mean, well, there's going to be some people on the internet that want to go with that one.
It's very unlikely that we're going to find out that Baldwin was involved in a convenience store robbery murder. And even so, I mean, these are armor cart like cases. So I guess it would be actually the armorer would be involved in that. And that seems unlikely here.
Oh, Jen. Hey, Jen.
Do you know Jen?
Yeah, she's in my channel all the time.
Awesome.
She's a history nerd, a research nerd, all the things nerd. She's a murder nerd.
Well, that is fantastic.
We're going to teach her about guns now.
Excellent. So item number 1, which, remember, that's the bullet they pulled out of the, pulled out of the guy, is a 44/45 caliber lead flat nose bullet. And flat nose, just, it's the shape of the actual projectile. There's a whole lot of different shapes, which you might use for different purposes. We're not going to worry too much about that. Which was fired from a barrel rifled with a right twist and was significantly damaged at the time of examination. Now, twist is, if you're familiar with rifling, the purpose of rifling is its little carved patterns in the barrel in sort of a spiral shape. And the whole idea is that it causes the bullet to spin in flight to stabilize it. If you think about how a good football throw involves putting some spin on it so that it stays stable in flight, that's what rifling is for. And, they're just pointing out rifling with a right twist. So that's just, again, little details here, but not super critical to the case.
These would be relevant if they weren't sure maybe the weapon that it came from, right?
Exactly. This might help you match it to a particular firearm, but in this case, they know which one it is.
We know.
So asking, was this an old antique or was this a replica? This was a reproduction firearm from Pieta. Pieta is a company that is known for their reproduction firearms. And it's a duplicate of an old design, a classic old design, the Colt Single Action Army. But it is not. It's not an antique.
And
this.
Also, okay, in film, I just want to point out, in film, replica means something very different. So,
also in Canadian law.
Okay, good, yeah.
Here in Canada, if you say something is a replica firearm, then what you mean is it's a fake gun that cannot fire. It can't do anything else. And so that would be a replica, but a reproduction is
a reproduction, like a remanufacturing style thing.
It's a real gun made with the same design. So
we usually use, here's what we have for options typically. We use dummy guns, which is usually made, like now they're made of nylon. So it's just a hunk of plastic. It's solid. It's like heavy plastic. And those are what we use for stunts and things like that. And you can throw them around. They can get banged up. They don't function. They don't move. The trigger doesn't move. Nothing moves. They're just like they're not like really flimsy plastic, but they're plastic. They're for safety. We also can use a working replica, which means like the trigger might move, the hammer might move, things might go click, but you can't actually load anything in it, not even a blank cartridge. It's not meant to be loaded. And those are usually used for just picture shots. So that means it's pretty to look at and it might go click, but that's it. Those are the safest ones. Then we have things called blank fire theatrical firearms, which are manufactured to only shoot blanks. They are adapted. You can't load a live bullet. You can't load any bullets. Most of the time there's something it's like a notch or a thing that you just can't get a bullet in there. and they're only designed for the blank cartridges. Then we have blank fire adapted, which is when you take a practical firearm and adapt it to only shoot blanks. And then we use actual practical firearms.
And if you're wondering why it would need to be adapted, a lot of semi-automatic firearms, most semi-automatic firearms will not cycle properly if they're firing blanks, because there's not enough power to them. So they have to constrict the barrel, or in some cases obstruct the barrel entirely, in order to make sure that there's enough power to cycle it.
Yeah, and it's funny because so when it comes to the semi-automatics or any of the pistols, really, most of the time those are the blank fire theatrical firearms because of that reason. Those are the cheapest, easiest things to get, and actually the safest. I mean, they're temperamental as fuck, but like that's what I've dealt with a lot. And then when it comes to revolvers, those tend to be practical firearms.
Yeah, and the reason for that is that there's no real reason to constrict the barrel on a revolver, because they don't have that issue of blank fire cycling. Mm-hmm. The blank fire cycling isn't an issue because the cycling of a revolver, what causes the cylinder to turn, is not the gases from the projectile or from the cartridge. It's actually your finger. Like you squeeze it and it moves that.
That and that comes into this case.
Yes. So. All right. So they note here that they didn't do a pattern analysis, or they did, but it was inconclusive because of damage. And now that's only really relevant if we're trying to match this bullet to the particular gun, which was already something they did, right? That was already something that they knew. So we don't care that much about this. But whenever you see these forensic shows talking about, we matched the bullet to the gun, that's often not possible, because if the bullet itself suffers damage from, say, hitting a person
or two,
then or two in this case, then yeah. All right, so I see some people saying, did Baldwin load the round? He better not have.
No,
he said he didn't. Nobody said he did, so that would
be they have confirmed. I think it's in this report they confirm Hannah loaded the gun, and she said she did. And this is where so this is a legal question for you. Did you see that her lawyer released a statement and several emails with the FBI? Did you see that?
I haven't seen that yet.
Ooh, Anjanette Levy tweeted it. I think I retweeted it, if you want to take a peek at that, because I retweeted it and I went, isn't this like interfering with an ongoing investigation? Because he released it to the media. He released internal emails to the media. And I'm like, But he wanted to demand, he was wanting to know why they didn't DNA test the bullet.
Well, there is some testing they did, but I mean...
Yeah, I saw down below. It looks like they DNA tested the revolver.
So...
But I'm like, I think he's just trying to create reasonable doubt for his client, because like, how many DNA samples do you think are now going to be on that bullet? Like,
well, and I mean,
it came out of a person, for one.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're not going to get anything useful off of that, but just if they want to DNA test some of the other cartridges that were around, that
would have been the way to go. That would have been the way to go. The ones that shouldn't have been there.
So the third item that's really interesting here is item 3 is a 45 or Colt caliber cartridge case, which bears the head stamp of Starline Brass. And so this was the fatal shot. Was this was actually the casing left behind from firing the fatal shot. So,
okay.
And I see Heather B. Thank you very much for the super sticker. And John O'Rourke, thank you very much for the very generous super chat here. Who brought the live rounds on set? That's the question everyone wants answered. There's going to be some things that point to that in this. It was the armorer's responsibility. The armorer was the only person on set allowed to check weapons per production regulations. Yeah, there's going to be some details in here that I want to highlight because
we're getting there.
We're getting there. All right, so this is accidental discharge testing, which basically means they're going to try to make this gun go off.
Yeah. I caught a couple of things here that I'm like, is this what you were talking about? Is one of them in here?
So yeah, they're trying to do it without pulling the trigger, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
because he didn't pull the trigger. He swears up and down he didn't pull the trigger. He never pulled the trigger, you guys.
And we've got a request. Somebody wants to see your mega pint.
It's a Yeti.
I was gonna say it looked like a Yeti.
It's just water. I swears. I have a bad habit of spilling liquids on electrical devices and like laptops and phones and things. So that's
not a good habit.
I drink out of these. I have a sippy cup, okay? It's an adult sippy cup.
So this is, worth noting. Hammer at rest, decocked on a loaded chamber. And so they note with the hammer at rest on a loaded chamber, item 2, that's the gun, remember, detonated a primer without a pull of the trigger when the hammer was struck directly. Now, what that means is that they would actually put this gun in a vise, point it at a safe, a target, like a bullet trap or something like that, and then smack the hammer probably with an actual hammer, like the hammer of a gun with with like a rubber mallet, right?
Yeah.
And so they note.
So this would be go ahead.
Yeah, when force is applied to the hammer, such as striking or dropping, it can fire the cartridge without a pull of the trigger. This is consistent with normal operation for a single-action revolver of this design. Now, notably, Baldwin didn't say he dropped the gun.
Nope.
He didn't say he, smacked the gun by accident.
Right.
It's like, let's say he pulls the gun out and, he's turning and it hits a wall. Right. Then maybe that could be something that sets it off. This is a known thing. In fact, the standard kind of method of loading these, because of this issue, is that you load one, skip one, and then load 4 more. And the reason why is that finishes it off with the hammer resting on an empty cylinder. This is, just to deal with this issue.
God, you're giving me flashbacks to me standing backstage in a dark freaking theater, attempting to get it just right because I was supposed to have one single shot in the show, but I always loaded 2 just in case there was a dud or a misfire or some error. But because once it's on stage, I can't do anything, and that's the trickiest part, to get it just right to when my actor picks it up and they pull that trigger, they get their bang. Because I think it did happen once. We had one dud, and it was a little awkward because there was that pause where then he pulls it again. And it was like, oh, well.
Someone was asking which food I ordered. I ordered Chinese food. So that'll be waiting for me when the stream is done. Hammer at quarter and half cock position. So these are the safety positions there.
Right.
And you also use this for loading because you actually, this is what you're doing when you're actually loading cartridges into the firearm as well. So with the hammer in the quarter and half cock positions, item 2 could not be made to fire without a pull of the trigger. When enough pressure was applied to the trigger, each of these safety positions were overcome and the hammer fell. Now, enough pressure is going to be, you got to pull this real hard.
Yeah.
Real hard.
Yeah, you have this one. I'm curious because the thing I hate about revolvers, I have tiny hands. So these bigger ones, I don't know how big this one is, but like the Western style ones, I can't.
I tried, and I couldn't pull the trigger hard enough to make it fire. I'm guessing that enough pressure is
a lot.
Yeah. This was probably achieved with like some sort of mechanical assistance in order to get that to happen. So they note with the hammer in the quarter cock position, pressure was applied to the trigger and the hammer fell. However, the firing pin did not have enough force to detonate the primer and resulted in light firing pin strikes. So a light strike is you get a little tiny dent in there, but even with it falling from the quarter cock position, it doesn't set off the primer. It doesn't fire the gun.
Right.
And in the half cock position, and this is notable because half cock is what you're doing for loading it. When it's in half cock, it actually sets the cylinder to a different position in its rotation so that then you can load and unload cartridges. So they noted pressure was applied to the trigger and the hammer fell. However, the cylinder could not be properly aligned to the bore. The firing pin struck the outer head stamp area and did not detonate the primer.
Interesting.
Now,
so that's like a partial rotation? Is that that's what they're getting at?
Yeah, it's hitting the wrong place. It's okay. Somebody's saying, is if the fur babies are out there with the food, are you sure the food is right there? I put the food right here so I could watch it. The food is there. Yeah.
You could just go on camera and eat and talk if you want, just
I may have snacked on a couple of things just to take a bit of the edge off there. Forever Cuber, thank you for the super chat, noting Alita was getting some insane rolls this morning. As Rick said, she was getting things done. Yep, sometimes the dice like you, sometimes not so much. Today I was not getting luck on that.
Did she win? Is there a winner?
There's not a winner. Okay, that's not really how that works.
That shows you how much I know about Dungeons and Dragons.
Fair enough. So with the hammer at full cock position, so all the way pulled back, they note item 2 could not be made to fire without a pull of the trigger while the working internal components were intact and functional. During this testing, portions of the trigger sear and cylinder stop fractured while the hammer was struck. This is basically, they're testing this item to failure. They're sitting there pounding on it with a hammer.
They broke it.
Until eventually they broke the thing, right? And they say when they broke it, the fracture of these internal components allowed the hammer to fall on the firing pin and detonated the primer. This was the only successful discharge during this testing, and it was attributed to the fracture of our internal components, not the failure of the firearm or safety mechanism. So the gun itself is fine until you hammer on it hard enough to break it.
Yeah.
And then but here's the key thing. This also indicates it wasn't broken before they were hammering on it, right?
Correct. No malfunctions, no issues, no cracks, no nothing.
Yep. They clearly inspected it. Ms. Pete, thank you for the generous super chat there. But yes, so when you see them saying like it couldn't be made to fire without pulling the trigger, you have to actually break it to do that. Mm-hmm. And I'm pretty sure no part of Baldwin's statements, and I say statements because
how many are we on?
So many. I've lost count.
He keeps talking. But Who are his lawyers?
I'm sure his lawyers are like, just fucking stop it, dude.
Dude, even if I was his publicist, his agent, his manager, his wife, his girlfriend, his mistress, the chick who gives him a Starbucks, I'd be like, why are you still talking?
Oh, man. If I was one of these reporters, I'd be like, I really appreciate you giving me this interview, but what the fuck is wrong with you?
What are you thinking? That would be my first question. What is wrong with you?
And I see somebody saying, wow, Baldwin's lawyers framed it like the gun was cheap and broke soon after testing. I mean, they're intentionally breaking it, right? They're going to hammer on it basically. Because a lot of this kind of testing, in some guns, they'll say, we hammered on it until it broke and it still didn't fire, right? Yeah. That's another conclusion, right? Is just what does it take here? So
that's why one of the first things I wanted to know was what kind of weapon it was, because I knew from experience, if it was a blank fire theatrical firearm, they're made cheaper. They do all kinds of shit all the time. Like if you drop it, it can go off. But here's the difference. No projectile is coming out of it. Like that's the key. So if that had been the case, like, again, you might break the gun and you might get a bang and you might scare the shit out of everyone, but no one's getting shot. But anything that's a practical that can take a bullet is usually heavy duty as fuck. I mean, this is going to be, I mean, you have it. It's a real gun. It's a real gun.
Yeah, they would be actually. Now, somebody's saying, why did they use a hammer since the gun has a hammer? The gun hammer is named by metaphor with the real hammer. So I have here obviously not a real gun. This is a power drill. And I'm going to actually throw a video live about this power drill once we're done here. But this thing is only vaguely gun shaped. This part here is the hammer. And on a real gun, this can be pulled back and then it drops and hits the firing pin. It is named by metaphor with the standard tool, like the standard thing you'd use to pound in nails and that kind of thing. Because it functions similarly. It's a small thing that, hammers down. So they're using the actual tool on this part of the gun, right? So they're just smacking it as hard as they can to try to get that to...
they're trying to duplicate the idea of it hitting the ground or something like that. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. It's just... Well, basically, they're just trying to test the... basically, could we make this shoot without pulling the trigger, and what methods would be would be happening for that. So
they're like the Mythbusters over here. They're like, let's see what we have to do to make this happen.
Absolutely. It's just, we're going to test this thing to failure in a bunch of different ways.
Because
saying, show it big on screen.
There you go.
So this bit at the back is sort of the hammer, although
this is why I was like, do we need a drawing? Drawing.
This is just a power drill, so it's dumb. I'm gonna have a video on why it's dumb and so forth. So
I have an airsoft, but it looks too real, so I'm not gonna go get it.
I have the same thing. I've got an airsoft right here, but they'll be
like, no, it's not real.
So Afflicted, thank you for the $5 and the love me some runk, keep it real, Trufio, and the so thank you very much. And somebody noted cowboy load is the only 5 rounds. That was what I was mentioning about load 1, skip 1, load 4, so that the hammer is resting on an empty chamber to avoid misfires. Could he have been handed a cowboy load and slipped in a 6th round? I don't actually think he knows enough to load this gun.
No.
I actually suspect that he does not know how this gun is operated.
No,
and
it was. I think it only had one, or didn't it just have the one, or did it have 2?
I'm going to talk a little bit about why some of that that aspect there. And I note, could the trigger pull have been set under the legal limit, e.g., 1 pound, since it was a supposedly set gun? The trigger pull on these guns is actually real light. I'm just going to mention that right now. That's something that, just jumping in, are you saying they literally hit a gun with a hammer? Yes, that's how this testing is done. Literally smacking it with a thing.
You guys, they're getting ready for the criminals to say the dumbest shit. That's what they do. Okay. So they're ready for every excuse possible. That's what they're doing. They're like, let's make sure that if he now changes his story to, I hit the back of it with my hand.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, no.
Which is exactly what they're sort of doing there.
Mm-hmm.
So now we've got some fun definitions, and this is really useful because definitions is going to be a big aspect there. And somebody noting it was probably a non-marring mallet. Yeah.
Probably.
So, all right. So for the purpose of this report, the following ammunition definitions will be used. And so far as I can tell, these are all just accurate definitions because these are the FBI's gun lab and they know what things mean. So the media has been using definitions in a really fast and loose kind of way.
Yeah.
Cartridge, a single round of ammunition consisting of the case, primer, and propellant with or without 1 or more projectiles. Now, the reason why they say 1 or more is because they note also applies to a shot shell, which of course would contain many projectiles, right? All right. And I see some people talking about the origins of the word hammer, which is kind of neat. Comes from rock. So And how does this relate to fanning? I'm going to talk about that. It might be this video or it might be another video, but fanning is going to be a topic there. And Forever Cuber noting media definitions aren't always accurate. That is very much the case because the media typically does not cover this properly. So we've got cartridge there is given a definition. We've got functional live cartridge, a single unit of ammunition consisting of the case, primer, propellant, and projectile. So when they say functional live cartridge, they mean this thing is going to go boom when you put it in a gun and pull the trigger. And it's going to shoot a thing that you don't want to get hit by because it will make your day unpleasantly short. So, all right. Dummy cartridge, an inert cartridge which cannot be fired under any circumstances. In America, an inert cartridge for gun functioning is usually, not always, that's an inert cartridge just that you're using for like function testing, and I'll talk a little bit about that. And may or may not have holes in the sidewall of the case. An inert cartridge for display may be natural colored and should have a hole in the primer cup with holes in the sidewall of the case optional. Now, what they mean by for gun functioning is, let's say you've just bought, let's pretend that this was a real gun, right? And more often with a semi-automatic, you might want to, than with a revolver, you might just want to check and see, how does this gun work? But of course, I'm at my house and I don't want to wake up the neighbors and I don't want to put holes in my walls or anything like that. So I want to do this with dummy cartridges, something that cannot be fired, can't cause any problems. And so you might load a semi-automatic firearm with dummy cartridges so that you can test, when I pull the slide back, does it properly chamber a new round? Or is it, is it double feeding? Is it, is it causing some issue like that? So they say usually black oxidized so that you can tell the difference, right? And may or may not have holes in the sidewall of the case. Again, those are just to indicate that it is, deactivated. An inert cartridge for display, and keep in mind, a movie set is a display scenario, right? Because you're trying to show the public that you have one. And now I'm just going to take a really quick moment to check YouTube's policies on firearms on stream.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't get yeeted, did we?
I don't think I don't think we got yeeted. I just don't want to make sure that I want to make sure that we don't get yeeted.
Yeah.
So that is, yeah.
So here's where I want to point out. So the dummy cartridges, now the ones I've seen also usually have a little marking on the end also, because again, it's for camera and you don't really need, it doesn't have to be 100%. So, but this is where your dummy cartridges should be used in any display situation. So what we were talking about earlier, the holster, what was it? What do you call it?
Bandolier.
Bandolier. All that is just visual. All that should be dummy.
Yeah. And so it looks like the rules are not to pull out a firearm on stream, and I'm going to pull out something that is completely not a firearm, and in fact not a live cartridge. But
good.
This is a dummy cartridge, and you can see here when they say should have a hole in the primer cup.
Yeah,
there's no primer in this. And the other thing I will do is just bring this up to the mic so that hopefully people can hear.
Mm-hmm.
Can you guys hear that? I don't know if it's coming through or not.
I heard it, so hopefully.
It's got a little BB in it. It's got a little steel pellet, and the reason for that is to make it easy to tell, right? If I hand somebody this, they should be able to tell fairly easily what it is, because it's important. So this is an actual film dummy. I got this from an actual movie armorer, and this was part of a group of them that actually was used on, this came from the same sort of set as ones that were used in an actual movie production. So I can't say sort of which movie production. I didn't actually ask, but they
I was going
basically
to
said,
say
yeah.
you're not supposed to have it, right?
No, it was,
Oh, okay.
we have some extras. You can, we'll provide those to you.
Sometimes
But
they're really funny about the like props and leftover things and stuff. Like you can have it, but you can't tell anyone where it came from.
This wasn't on a set. This
Okay.
was, an armor made them for a movie, and they had some extras.
Gotcha.
So, and Forever Cuber, thank you once again for the super chat. Lived in E-Town for 8 years. Is the gun range still there at West Edmonton Mall? It is. Have you ever shot there? No, but I have bought a gun there.
Wow.
Bo Hoover just tuned in, two of my favorite YouTubers. Well, thank you.
Well, thank you.
So, and yeah, I did knock out some bots here, so I think I may have to go into...
yeah, I saw that.
I'm going to switch on subscribers only here just to try to limit the bots there.
Like, I'm so curious as to how this stream attracted the sex bots.
Oh, I can tell you exactly why. We've got 1,900 people watching.
Oh,
and so
okay.
Once you get a few people watching, the bots start finding you. So the bots
I always thought it was something I said. Man, now I'm disappointed. I thought I was conjuring them with my words.
Well, it's actually that once a stream starts being popular enough, you get the bots. So that's so I've just turned it on subscribers only. That should limit that.
All right, here we go.
Blank cartridge. So a cartridge loaded without a projectile designed to produce a loud noise. Now, there's some key bits here. Often sealed at the mouth with a cardboard, plastic, or fiber wad, which is propelled from the muzzle with a dangerous force for a short distance when fired. So Baldwin actually said he was worried that there might have been a blank that fired a wad there. There are people who have been killed with blank cartridges.
Yes.
On one movie set, in fact, an actor who was an absolute dumbass realized that he had a, he was told, oh, these are blanks, and put it to his head and fired, which was not a great move. Nope. But, I mean, his brain was not in full operation at the start of that move, but it was definitely not in operation at all at the end of it. So...
yeah, that was, we get that story. The one, there's another one that's similar. And then the Brandon Lee story. Those were the three cautionary tales that, every class kind of starts with. And now I think we have a new one.
Well, I mean, the thing is that this one doesn't even deserve to be a cautionary tale because it was so bad. That there was so much carelessness on this set.
Yeah.
So he says, what's a better shoot, revolver or Elven mithril bow? I don't actually have a whole lot of experience with bows, believe it or not. So, and
you do not? You do not? Wow.
I do not. So, all right. So items 4 through 7 are 45 Colt, 45 long Colt caliber cartridges, which bear the head stamp of Starline brass. Now, the head stamp. I was showing you guys the dummy cartridge a moment ago, and I'm just going to show you sort of, if I can get my camera to focus on it. The head stamp is that printing that you can see at the back.
Yeah. And
the reason why they have a head stamp is that it might contain information about the brand, and the other thing is it will probably tell you information about the caliber. Like what kind of cartridge you're talking about. So when it said, this one says 45 long Colt on it because that's what they're dummies for. So when they say Starline brass, they're referring to the manufacturer of the brass. And Starline is a major manufacturer. They sell lots of brass. They're not the only one by far, but they're, they sell lots of brass out there. So the item 4 through 7 cartridges contain the design and components of functional live cartridges. So 4 through 7 are live cartridges. Now let's go back and just
refresh. I was going to say, I have it pulled up over here because I was looking at it. I was like, oh yeah.
Cartridge from top of cart, cartridge from top of cart, cartridge from bandolier on top of cart, cartridge from holster inside building. This is on the set. Like, holy crap.
Y'all.
I see we got Scott Cardinal. Welcome aboard. So yeah, this is one of those moments where you're like, there wasn't just one, there were several, and they're floating around on the set. That is really concerning.
They
So,
brought like, here's the thing. Now, with this information alone, you can almost be assured that even if it hadn't shot this take, this is the sad part. If they had actually gotten to doing another take somehow, there were at least 3 live bullets there that were going into the gun.
Yeah, well, and Forever Cuber, thank you once again, noting this event was like the perfect storm of incompetence that led to the tragic death of Helena. I really hope that people are held accountable. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There was so much incompetence, and like there were earlier theories that like some bad actor,
the sabotage or that. Oh,
I say bad actor, not as in like actor, but I mean as in a bad person. Slipped a live cartridge. They're all over the place.
Yeah, no, this is proof that it, that's what I was saying before when you went to get your food, the whole like conspiracy theory that somehow one bullet magically made its way into this gun. I was like, I doubt it. Now we have the answer. That didn't happen.
Lots of them there.
There was at least a box, if not a case. That's what we're looking at.
Item 10 consists of 50 45 Colt caliber cartridges, which bear the head stamp of Starline brass, which are physically consistent with blank cartridges. So item 10, we're just going to have to do some scrolling at times.
Yeah.
Cartridges from item 9 tray. So, and just looking over here. Item 13 consists of 2 44-40 caliber cartridges. Those would be used in a lever action rifle, which bear the head stamp of Starline brass, physically consistent with dummy cartridges. Okay. 13-1 is a 45 caliber cartridge which bears the head stamp of Starline brass. The item 13-1 cartridge contains the design and components of functional live cartridges.
Oh.
They're blank, and their live cartridges have the same head stamp brand.
That's probably not a good idea.
Item 13-2 consists of 4 45 caliber cartridges which bear the head stamp of Starline brass. 2 cartridges were subdivided from our item 13-2 for disassembly and were designated items 13-2-1 and 13-2-2. Why are they doing all of this detail and so forth? It's because this is like a crime investigation, and they need to be able to say what everything is and track and organize this. This is really important. I mean, this is a report that might be used in a civil trial, but also in a criminal trial if they ever get around to laying charges on this. So they note that they are physically consistent with dummy cartridges and contain the design and components of dummy cartridges. So as mentioned, there'll be a case, there'll be a projectile, but no powder, no primer, none of the stuff that goes boom and pushes the bullet out, and almost certainly a little metal BB and so forth. So, and I see KBB Studios in chat saying, I'm coming in late and way behind. I was an armor before the pandemic, and I'm waiting on this case to decide if it's worth returning.
Wow.
I think this case tells us we need good armorers in the, in the market. But unfortunately, the armoring work on this was not good. And it also sounds like the armorer was being overruled and people were working around the armorer. Like, oh, the armorer's not around, we're just going to do this crap ourselves, which is, insane. It's like, oh, the electrician's not around to wire up, the high voltage. So we'll just get the janitor to do it. And hopefully it'll work out. Nothing against janitors, but electrical work should maybe be done by somebody who's got a ticket for it, right? So, and somebody's saying, so the blanks and the real bullets look exactly the same. No, they wouldn't, because again, the blanks would have looked different, because the blanks, and again, this is a dummy, so YouTube, please don't freak out. There is no way for this to go off. The blanks would not have this lead projectile at the front.
Yep.
A blank will not have this pit, but it'll have the case and it would have the same head stamp. You could tell that apart visually. You could also tell that apart by touch. You should be able to tell a blank from a live cartridge or from a dummy if you were drunk and blindfolded, and
they weigh different too.
Yeah. So
and this is, look, if we were walking up to a person on the street and handing them, each one of these and saying, "Can you tell the difference?" and they were like, that's okay. We're talking about a professional armorer, though. If she can't tell the difference, then she shouldn't be doing this job. That's the difference, you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see somebody noting Starline Brass doesn't manufacture live rounds. Yes, they just make brass. Casing from the live shot was Starline. It was a reload. I'm going to be talking about that as well.
Oh.
So, yeah.
They made their... No, stop.
And some companies do use Starline Brass to manufacture their ammunition. We're getting to that as well.
Oh, okay. I was going to say... I thought you were saying they made their own. I'm like, no.
So, hey, Ian, I'm an electrician, and yes, it should be someone understanding what they're doing. There's so many risks there. My dad's an electrician, or was. He's now retired, but there are so many situations where, like, a lot of electricians suffer serious injuries in the course of their career. It's a tough job. So, yeah, it's like armoring, it's something that you need somebody to do where you are, where you're knowledgeable about it. Mm-hmm. Now, similarly, the dummies, like this dummy cartridge, is made to look like an actual live cartridge for the film. And the reason why is because, again, we're going to use our, sort of not nearly looking like a revolver drill. But let's imagine that this was an actual revolver. Again, we're going to have to use our imagination really hard. But let's say somebody, you're pointing this into the camera for a shot, right? All of these cylinders on the revolver, you're going to be able to see those in the shot. And so if I've loaded this with blanks, you're going to see those crimped ends or those wax blockages, and you're going to... And if you're somebody like me who knows firearms, you're going to go, "Oh my God, they didn't. And you're just going to shake your head and go, "This looks stupid," right?
Or if it's empty, you can tell it's empty.
I mean, the thing is, or if it's empty, you can tell it's empty. And for me, I mean, there's one show, and I can't remember which show it was, that where they actually had somebody point a revolver and it was full of blanks. And I was going, oh no. My God. And then the other, like the person it was being pointed at actually goes, "You've got blanks in that gun there." And I was going, oh, good. This is actually a plot point.
Okay.
Not stupid. You know, so
I still have a few issues with that, but I'm assuming they were cheating. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and say they were cheating that camera. But
I am gonna suspect that they were cheating that camera, and also that they were they may have manufactured
special. Yeah, that would be the way to go. Fake blanks. Yeah, that'd be funny.
Yeah, I see somebody saying getting paid for work a professional doesn't make. Yep. Just because the armorer got paid here doesn't necessarily mean that they were good at it.
No, and she had issues on the only other film she worked on before this one. She set Nicolas Cage off, y'all.
Ooh, Ian, stop pointing your screwdriver at me. To be fair, it is just the webcam at the top of the screen here.
I was going to say, how are you with the cursing? Because my instructor has a very wonderful phrase for that.
Really? Okay, go ahead.
Muzzle fucking. Why are you muzzle fucking me? Why?
And yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing you don't want to ever have you don't ever want to have somebody pointing an actual gun at you.
No.
So, all right. So
back on. Yeah. Where were we? All right.
Back on. They say 13.3, 30 45 caliber cartridges bear the head stamp of Starline Brass once again. And they disassembled them physically consistent with dummy cartridges. So again, more dummies. Item 21, 15 45 caliber cartridges, which bear the head stamp of Starline Brass. Also dummy cartridges when they disassembled them. 21-1, Starline Brass, dummy cartridge. 22 is, again, Starline Brass, dummy cartridge. 23 is a 45 caliber cartridge, which bears the head stamp of Winchester ammunition. This is reported as being a live exemplar from the manufacturer and is physically consistent with functional live cartridges. So this is a, they were provided this, like, or they bought this. This is just a comparison.
Okay,
cartridge.
That's a testing. Okay.
So this one, like item 23, I don't think was ever on set. It's just something that they're using as, provided by Seth Kenny so that they could compare and contrast, right?
Got it. Okay.
All right. So yes, and for the people just joining, this thing is a screwdriver.
It's basically a toy.
It's not even a good screwdriver.
I was going to say, does it actually screw? But
and somebody noting, when I was in the Army, pointing a blank adapted rifle at someone could earn you an ass kicking, and it should.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, in Canada, it would earn you criminal charges. So
I'm pretty sure it would here too. All right.
3 45 caliber cartridges which bear the head stamp of Starline Brass, which they disassembled. These are live exemplars from the manufacturer and were, of course, live cartridges. 25, 3 cartridges from Starline Brass, CBC Magtech, and Fiocchi. I might be mispronouncing Fiocchi. 1 cartridge was subdivided from item 25 for disassembly. These are, again, live exemplars from the manufacturer. I'm not sure why they're going through all of these live exemplars from the manufacturer, but they do that as well with Starline Brass, Black Hills, and Cellular and Below, which they once again test.
These are tax dollars at work.
Yep, more live exemplars from Black Hill, Western, Remington, and Arms Corps. So lots of
okay, here's
live
where
exemplars.
Here's where it gets interesting again, because I'm on the other page. So these, what we're about to get to, 32 through 34. Oh, and some of these other ones too.
These are still live exemplars from the manufacturer. They're looking at a whole lot of those.
Okay, because this just says cartridge box it gives an address. So I wasn't sure if this is supposed to be base camp.
I'm not sure, but it notes that these are live exemplars from the manufacturer, which would normally be, let's recheck that just so that I'm sure. 126 Monroe Street.
Yeah, I just did it too. What is that? Where are we? What is it?
I'm just opening up Google Maps. We're just going to have a look at what's at 126 Monroe.
Well, I got an address in California. Let's see what you get.
I believe that is in California. I'm just trying to check as to which California that is, because they don't actually specify. So some of these are residential addresses.
Yeah, I was trying to see if the one I got was maybe a prop house, maybe.
Yeah, I'm also looking at New Mexico. There's Albuquerque. But that's also a what is it? That's also just a residence. So I don't know if this is somebody's house that they're looking at. Maybe they'll tell us and I missed it. But yeah. All right. So skipping along a little further here. So they saw tool marks on some of these, which were consistent with being produced by a primer press and shell holder, which is that's basically people manufacturing their own ammunition.
Stop.
I see some people saying Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, that makes sense.
That would make a lot of sense there. So no determination could be made as to whether these were produced by ammunition disassembly, reloading, or commercial ammunition manufacturing. It should be noted that Starline only manufactures brass cartridge cases, which must be loaded and assembled by another source. Now, this is important here because, and right here we've got a super chat talking about it. In Seth Kenny's interview, he purchased rounds that were brought onto set. That's the manufacturer where he purchased the boxes from. Okay, so that's the 126, I guess. Yeah, they weren't. Some armorers might make their own cartridges, because no commercial, like there's not, you can't go to like, Fiocchi or something and buy film dummies. They don't sell those. They sell real cartridges. So these film dummies get made by, specialized outfits, which might be the armorer themselves making them, or it might be that they are buying it from these specialty outfits that provide for film use.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, there's entire companies that's all they do. That's and that's who you would like. A professional armor is either going to, actually for liability's sake, I would say most of them will order from a prop house.
Yeah. So one of the
making your own is just, if something goes bad.
Well, I mean, it should be safe, right? It should be fine to do. But, and some films go through tons of dummies, right? Because I've got like a little baggie of them. But I mean, if you got to think of like when you see somebody with like an ammo belt, right? Or a bandolier that might have like 100 rounds on it, if it's, an ammo belt, or 1,000 rounds on it for some of the like machine gun ammo belts. That's a lot of dummies, right?
Yeah.
That's going to be sort of an issue with that. So they get these companies to produce these. But one of the allegations in one of the lawsuits is that some of these companies might have provided them improperly with live cartridges as well as the dummies and the blanks they ordered. Now, here's the thing.
That didn't happen.
Well, I mean, it seems possible because we have this, like, they're all Starline brass, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of different brass manufacturers. So you'd think that if the live cartridges came onto set some other way, that they would probably have a different head stamp. Probably, but not definitively or certainly, right? So it's not certain. But the thing is you should be able to check that. Like, that is something you should see. Because I'm sorry, if you threw these into my, I've got a sort of a bucket of actual 45 long Colt. If you threw these dummies into that, I would find them.
Right.
Like, I would notice them. In fact, so yeah. And I see somebody saying not many sources of 45 Colt brass out there these days. That's unfortunate. 45 Colt is getting expensive. And I know this because I own a couple of guns that shoot it. And Forever Cuber is saying, I spent 7 years in Sea Cadets and we shot 22 caliber rifles and later on the FNC-1. You never messed around when you were on range with those. You'd get more than an ass kicking. Yeah, you'd probably get court-martialed here. So.
See, okay, I'm not sure, who is Seth Kenny? Is he?
I'm just pulling up his sort of. So he is the prop supplier.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does he work at a prop house or?
He is the ammunition supplier. He's the guy who is being sued, amongst other things, by the armorer. The armorer is suing him, saying, "Hey, you sold me live rounds." Because that's the allegation. They say that Seth Kenny sent them boxes of ammunition purporting to contain dummy rounds, but which contained a mix of dummy and live ammunition. Now, personally, if I was ever in the role of an armorer, and I'm not, but if I were, if I ordered from a company that was providing ammunition, like providing dummies, and they sent me a mix of dummies and live ammo, I would freak the fuck out. And every single bit that I had received from them would get sent back And yeah, that's a stop everything situation, right?
Right. And and okay, so
like, let's say you're Toys R Us, right? You sell toys to children, and you get a shipment that is a mixture of candy and also cyanide. You'd stop everything and send that back, right? You would not just
I just, okay, everybody's telling me I have to watch his interview. All right, I'll put that on my list next. Somebody just also said he was listed as the armorer's mentor on the call sheet. That's not a thing.
Yeah, so I see 126 Monroe is a prop house per the search warrant. That is good to know.
Okay, there we go. That's what I was going with. It was maybe a prop house. Armor mentor.
And he's also listed as the armorer mentor on the crew list.
What, are you just making shit up now?
Yeah,
that's not
be a thing.
That's not a thing.
That's if not
she's hired as the armorer, she's the armorer. See, and this is where, because everybody really wants to blame Alec Baldwin, and I'm like, yeah, he fucked up too. In fact, I would charge everybody top to bottom. But the problem is liability. So, you guys, there's going to be contracts, and she took the job as armorer. And that contract is going to be spelled out pretty damn airtight. And it basically says the buck stops with you. Like.
Yeah. And KVB Studios is noting, folks, you can buy 45 long Colt live rounds anywhere that sells ammo if you can find it, because lots of places are sold out. But yes, they sell 45 long. It's not one of the most common cartridges, like 223 or 9mm or 22 long rifle, but 45 long Colt is far from unknown. It's not like a Wildcat cartridge or anything, sort of unknown there.
Here's the other issue. So even if if he's running a prop house, he shouldn't have live bullets.
No. Him having a bunch of live cartridges at his prop house is super concerning.
Right. So unless he wants to pass that buck up the line and say the manufacturer shipped him the wrong thing, which again, still, it's her job to check.
So, Tish in Tennessee, thank you for the super chat, noting, lol, Runkle, I worked at Toys R Us once. We would have called the cops in that case. Yeah, it's, you'd freak out.
In fact, I'm pretty sure, if he doesn't have the right licensing, like he can't have that in his prop house.
And KVB Studios is here dropping some hard truths on this one, noting she didn't have the gumption to shut it down and pack the firearms and leave when safety stopped being a priority. That part is on her. That is one of the essential jobs of an armorer, is to say that, these are the safety rules and these are non-negotiable, because I am the person with the guns, right? If you're running a film production, you can't just be like, hey, we're going to buy our own guns and do this.
We're just going to do what we want.
You'll get shut down, right? You need an armorer. That is like, and so one of the armorer's job is to say, you can't do this.
That's what I mean by that liability. It's going to be in there. It's going to be in her contract. Like, she can't.
When the Rust shooting happened, there were a whole bunch of people going, Runkle, why aren't you speaking about this? Because it took me like 2 weeks to get a video out on this. They were going, why aren't you commenting on this? And I'm like, because I want to do some more research, because I don't want to. I saw that the media was saying a whole bunch of things that I knew were bullshit.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to be part of that. So what I was doing is I called a lot of armor places, and basically lots of them were willing to talk to me, although lots of them were willing to talk to me on the basis that I did not name drop them, did not mention which movies they were on, and just, were like, we have opinions. We'd like to share these opinions, but oh God, we don't want to do an interview. We do not want to, because of course you don't want to burn bridges in that particular industry. But I heard stories of actors and like specific named actors who had, for instance, been told your part is being redone. You are no longer person with guns. You are now person who throws knives, because you don't get a gun on this production.
You have to be, you have to be. This is right. You have to be, if you're going to be an armor, a professional armor. I mean, you're the person in charge of deadly weapons.
Yeah,
and that means you have to be the person who also says no to people who never take no for an answer. You have to be that person.
Well, and that's the thing is, you've got this actor who makes millions of dollars, right? And who is a big name and the kind of person who can walk into a restaurant and be like, I'd like to sit here. And they're like, well, we're all full up. And he could just be like, yeah, those people, kick them out and I'll take their table, and probably have it happen like 9 times out of 10. Like these kinds of people who can just, if they see a grip on, and grips are sort of general helpers on set. If they see a grip and go, I don't like this guy's face, get him out of here.
Get him out of here,
fired. This kind of crap happens, right? The armorer is one of the few people who can pull rank and say, nah.
You can shut everything down like that.
Yeah. And armorers have done this. Like armorers have basically packed up and said, nope.
Yep.
Not doing it anymore. I'm out of here. And I mean, it's millions of dollars per day that a film production is shut down. And in some cases, it can be like, well, we only have this site for like 2 weeks. We got to get our filming done. And now armorers have tremendous power. They just need to actually do the thing that they are supposed to do. And I see KVB Studios noting the production company and each of the producers is responsible for not ensuring safety, removing her when she couldn't take control, or limiting her authority on safety matters directly with guns. Yeah. The production company, unfortunately, and the producers seem to be the people who were, subverting her.
Yeah,
and that
but they also had they also had other issues. They had this is one of the big problems to start with is they had union and non-union crew, and it was just a mess. Some people were walking off. But so they tried to say they didn't know there were issues, but now we've seen emails that imply they definitely knew there were issues. And they were trying to circumvent. And this is where, I want to see everyone held accountable. But the issue is she should have quit. She should have walked away. She should have quit. She should have walked away. This right here. I don't care. She should have quit. Emailing, complaining to your mom, all of that doesn't matter. You quit.
The armor is the bottom line on all of this. And I see this is another thing that we found out that is just shocking.
Yep.
So excuse me. Thank you for the $10 super chat and the very good comment. She was only being paid for 8 days as the armor. There are emails from her boss telling her she's spending too much time with the guns, not enough time helping with the props. The armorer should have one job, which is armor.
Armor.
Like armor plus props, armor plus janitor, armor plus talent. None of that should ever happen. It should never be armor plus. It should be you are the armorer, because it is such an important thing.
I can tell you all how this happened. It's very simple. I mean, this is a moderately low budget film. Okay. They went to New Mexico, which is a right to work state, so that they could hire non-union crew and they can still have their union actors and above the line people. Okay. And now, this is a Western. You want blank fire. You want lots of guns. You know this.
Yeah.
They went around looking for professional armorers. They were told no by several professional armorers because they were trying to cut corners. They were trying to save money. They were doing all this nonsense right here.
They were told basically, they were told basically either you can do it properly
or don't do it at all.
This budget, or we're not doing it.
And so when they kept getting the word no, what do? They move on and they keep looking and they keep looking and they keep looking. And they find this girl who is inexperienced.
Just getting her start in the industry.
Immature. Easily.
Should not have been working on her own.
Mm-hmm,
yeah.
Easily bullied. Because that's just the reality here. She had 2 jobs? No. Look, yeah. I've only done this once. And if you came to me with this on a film set, a Western, I'd be like, no.
Yeah.
The end.
Armorer and assistant prop master. She texted her boss saying she needed more armor time and was told to focus more on props versus armor. No freaking way. Like
those aren't, but that's not how it works.
And Tish in Tennessee, thank you for the super chat. We have guns, but they're never loaded sitting out with us, just let alone in a room of people. I can get to my downstairs quickly in a fingerprint safe if needed. I should probably do a video on fingerprint safes in terms of Canadian law. But yeah, like, why is there this thing just sitting on a prop cart that the AD could grab?
Do we circle back yet to the live bullets and guns sitting on a cart? I mean,
so we have, as an armor, the baseline is talent is dumb. You have to babysit safety with them. Yes.
See, this is why, Runkle, when I first saw the comments under one of your videos, and they were like, people were saying the actor should load and unload. The actor should load and unload. I just was like, you people have clearly never met actors. I am one, and I'm like, no.
Even if the talent is known to be an excellent marksman like Keanu Reeves, you have to full stop assume they are dumb to safety rules. And the thing is, I'm not as good as Keanu Reeves. I will put shooting with Keanu Reeves on my bucket list and expect to never never do that. But like, he's, from the videos, he's really good. But the thing is I'm competent with a firearm. And the thing is if I'm there, I'm super careful about safety rules. And I would appreciate, like, if I'm on a set, I would appreciate an armorer going, let me walk you through this real slow. Because I'm like, yes, let us be super freaking careful in this, situation I'm not super familiar with.
I would guarantee you that Keanu is probably takes the approach I do, no matter how good he is, no matter how much he knows, and no matter how many times he does it. Every single time when he meets his armorer for the first time for that film, he goes, give me the speech, boss. Let's do it.
Yep. I mean, it's the same thing where I'm on, I'm getting on a plane. I have ridden in a lot of planes, and I almost always try to sit in the emergency exit. And, they'll say, hey, we're coming by to give you the emergency exit speech. I have heard this speech tons of times. I used to fly twice a week, and I did that for like a year or so. And I was almost always in the emergency exit row. So I've heard this speech lots. I still listen to the damn speech, right?
Because and it's not only that you know that I'm taking this responsibility, so I'm going to sit here and listen to it one more time. But you also probably know they have to do that by law.
Yeah,
they've got to give you the speech, so you let them do their job. It's the same kind of thing. The armorer has to do the safety meetings every day. There's fire on set. They're supposed to go through it, you guys. They have the set, they have the shot list, they have every scene that they're shooting on that call sheet, and they'll go through it at the beginning of the day. They'll say, they'll have a mini production meeting, and it's, okay, you guys, did you see your call sheet today? All right, did you notice that, scene 23 and scene 12, yeah, both of those are going to have live fire. Okay. And part of that is also reminding the crew, you get your safety gear, make sure you have your ear protection, make sure, if you don't, come see me. All of that is part of it. And then you work with your talents separately. But this was apparently something they were also just like, no, we don't have time for that. And this is where I say that non-union crew mess that they had going on was probably a big part of it, because your union members are going to be like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Well, didn't the union members walk out?
They did,
because of the cavalier attitude to safety.
Several of them did, yeah.
Forever Cuber, I heard the armor didn't have that much experience. If the production was looking to cut corners, they hired who they could get. Just speculation on my part. Yes, that appears to be what was going on there. And I'm about 25 minutes behind. Plenty of armor-rated veterans. It's Hollywood bias. I mean, they should hire competent people. That is the thing.
I'll say this. Yeah, it's one of those, it's a lot of, this industry is a lot of who and there is a good bit of nepotism. This is a case of, I think, nepotism. But,
because her dad was a very well-known armorer, like a very famous figure in that, aspect.
Yeah.
And
apparently he didn't teach her shit. I mean, what?
I imagine there's some very disappointed.
I imagine he whooped her behind.
Thanksgiving conversations there. And I see the person should know never point a weapon at anything you aren't going to Minecraft. And dude,
And
Ruckle,
that's
we all have shooting with Keanu on our bucket list. Yes, I suspect that that's not. And KVB Studios saying, I'd love to armor for a Keanu Reeves movie. Talk about a
right.
dream drop. Yes. And if you ever do, call me up and I will be like, fifth assistant guy in charge of carrying things.
Oh.
Just, just to.
Yeah.
And
I'll be an extra on that film, and you can hand me a gun and trust me to listen to you, because I've seen, this drives me mad because, of course, like background actors, they're usually only given the dummy guns, but occasionally things, they get to play with a pop or two. But I always see them doing really dumb things, and I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I'm just like, this is not a toy. Knock it off.
I forget the name of the movie, but there's a scene where an extra pulls out the fake handgun
Oh
and
gosh.
looks at it.
No.
And he's just like some random mook, but he's in the background, and I'm just like,
that's okay. That's cringe for all the reasons.
And I'm hearing somebody saying that Alec refused the cross-draw safety briefing. That's concerning because cross-draw is itself a lot more dangerous.
Is this the thing he's trying to describe when he says he was doing it this way?
Like, normally, like when I'm shooting 3-gun, I'm drawing and present, right?
Right.
You're drawing from this side. But cross-draw is you reach across. Yeah. And most shooting competitions will not allow you to do cross draw. And the reason why is because in the course of doing that, your gun sweeps this wide arc.
Yup.
And so, yeah, not so much cross draw. So, yeah. And somebody's saying, I'd love a video about Canadian gun laws. I do lots of videos about Canadian gun laws. Can't understand why US is so different. Too many gun deaths here. Hearing some differences might give insight. A large part of that is economics and so forth. And I see KVB Studios noting, my husband and I do makeup, costumes, props, and armory, but armory is a dedicated job on its own, from controlling a campfire to handling firearms to detonating squibs. One does armory only. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there's companies that do a bunch of stuff, but when they're doing armory, they do armory, right? You don't want to do multiple things on that. I wouldn't want to be around any extras or actors on a set who didn't take this kind of stuff personally. I've actually noted that.
Well, stay away from sets. In general.
Well, one thing is, I think that any actor who can't, who is unwilling to do firearm stuff, should just not be, should not do guns on a movie set.
Correct.
And, like Will Smith, we've seen a video of him being careful with firearms and so forth. But if I hear too many stories of actors who are just like, I don't like guns. I'm not willing to learn the safety things. I'm just like, this person should not do different movies. Like, if you don't want to learn guns, don't do gun movies. Do different movies.
A lot of the problem starts with, look, everybody is like, it's all just acting. It's all just pretend. Like when you said, like, people were saying prop means it's not real. And then you corrected them that a prop is literally anything. This is a prop now. If it's on camera, it's a prop. So, but what happens is, and I've seen this in theater, I've seen this on sets in film and television. It usually starts at the low budget end. And then unfortunately, because actors tend to start there and then kind of work your way up, bad habits or no good habits, let's put it that way, are formed.
Yeah.
And so I've been on those projects where, like I said earlier, I have an airsoft that's a prop. I used it like I dressed up as Laura Croft and went to a con, but I also did an actual film where I used blank fire, but I didn't have those. But I've been on sets where oftentimes they are using something like an airsoft or plastic gun, cheap thing as the prop gun. I've done 2 murder shows now. The last one didn't have an armor, didn't have a fight choreographer, didn't have any of that. They used a plastic prop gun from like the Sony prop department. And they still, it was just laying around on set, just hanging out. Nobody paying attention to it.
This is why
I was bothered. Nobody else gave it shit. But when they showed us this is what we're using, the other actor, okay, cool. Me, I took it in my hands, pointed it at the ground, pulled the trigger, took the clip out, checked everything. I made sure that was just a piece of plastic. There was nothing in it whatsoever. Put it back together and said, okay. And I did that every time we came back to the set.
This is also why it's good to, get people with some actual gun experience. Because like this thing is a piece of garbage, as I've mentioned. But you'll see when I'm picking it up, my finger goes to not on trigger. Yeah. And I noticed this in movies when you have people who are supposedly these gun experts. And they're running around like this. And I'm going, yes. No. Like
that's that is my biggest pet peeve. Is I call it
is doing this and then moving their finger to the trigger when they're getting ready to actually take the shot.
It's like I call it directing with the trigger.
There's all these habits that actual gun people
like, what are you doing?
Learn. And and so we see for her, Forever Cuber saying, I wouldn't want to be around any actors or extras on the set who didn't kind of take this kind of stuff seriously. Yeah, absolutely. I'd be really concerned by some of that stuff.
I'm that person who I will stop everything. I'm not a big name. I don't have any power, but I don't care. I will stop it.
I'd be the jackass grip going, when they're saying anyone's got a right to check this, I'd be like, yes, please.
Yeah.
I'd be like, seriously? Your job is to like put tape on over the wires. And I'd be like, but there's a gun out here right now. So I'm a check it or I'm a leave. Like, pick one. Eric Hunley saying you need to discuss the COVID protocols that kept Hannah Reid off the set at the critical time as well. The thing is you can't blame the COVID protocols in the sense that the protocols should have had the armor on set. Like,
I haven't heard that.
If the armor's not on set, if the armor's not on set, it's like, okay, cool. I'm not on set, but neither is the gun then.
Right. That sounds like somebody either using some.
And somebody else in the chat, and it's long gone, but when I had, oh crap, I'm blanking on his name. I had the armor on the previous one, and he noted that the guns never leave his line of sight.
Correct.
So it's like, if COVID protocols mean I have to wait in the van, then
guess what? You don't have a gun. Yeah.
And Alec Baldwin can practice drawing doing this. And you know what? Nobody gets shot with this. Like,
this is what, so I did watch that part, and he says it should have been a cold gun. It was a rehearsal. And I'm like, Bob, it should have been a dummy gun. It was a rehearsal. Or a replica. I'll let you have a replica. Yeah, or your finger. So
I mean, it's a rehearsal. You guys are actors. Plenty of actors can do shit with green screen where they're running away from a guy with a tennis ball on a string. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure you could, do that in a rehearsal if you have to. Tish in Tennessee, as I've said, my husband is a 30-year plus detective. When we go to G range, he reviews safety with me because I have experience, but not as much. Yes, absolutely. It's
I go through it all every time. I've been on the gun range. I've shot all the things. I still am like, I treat this film set the same way I would the gun range.
Yeah, absolutely. You just, so
and and that's, you said it in your stream about the line of fire thing, and how his dumbass is sitting there saying, and they're back there and they're not supposed to be back there. And I'm like, yeah, so why'd you pull your gun?
And we've
why'd
got
you pull your weapon? Oh, hey, Kurt.
I just shoot him a link. Just it's been a while since I've had done civil on, so we'll just.
I do know a guy, a very qualified guy. I don't know if he'd be willing to go on YouTube, but he's mostly a teacher now. But he's the one who taught me everything, and he teaches the course for the Society of American Fight Directors.
Yeah, and I see the COVID protocols are absolutely true. She had also had 2 jobs and was pressured. I mean, the thing is they can say whatever COVID protocols you have.
I'm not saying there weren't COVID protocols.
Yeah, I mean, they may have said, hey, you can only have like whatever people there. But the thing is that
I'm
if
not
the
buying it.
protocol says she
though.
can't be there, then she doesn't bring the guns. Like, then the guns stay with her.
Right. So
So
here's the issue I have with that claim, though. We have the reports. We have like the script supervisor was inside the building. You're telling me that they thought the script supervisor was more important than the armorer? Like, what protocol were they trying to say barred her from entering the building? Because
that's
I don't understand. Like,
Pop, you're allowed in. You are not allowed to Chinese.
It sounds like it's. I mean, this. I don't know. This sounds to me like her making up things, because again, like we said earlier, she's naive. She's easily bullied, is what I'm saying. If you tell me I can't be in the spot to see my weapons, like I can't be inside the building to see my weapons because COVID, then I'm going to tell you, well, guess what? You can't have the weapons. You can't have hot weapons. It's kind of that simple.
It's like saying that because of COVID protocols, you can't have seat belts. It's,
worse, maybe.
Hey, welcome aboard, Kurt. Hey. So we're just going through this.
So anyway, that's when I started blasting.
No, you got to do it this way, Kurt. We're fanning. We're fanning the hammer, which is totally the same thing as pulling the trigger, whatever, Bob. I wonder, Ian, if you can pull up an old Western that has that in a clip.
Probably not without getting a copyright strike.
Right? Maybe if I could find like a 10-second. Surely there's an Eastwood.
I'll talk about fanning in a bit there, but and was it all right, so let's sort of look here.
We got really distracted.
Yeah, they're saying limit on how many people were on set due to physical distancing issues, but if she's not on set, nor should the guns be. Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. So
it's not an excuse. It's just you.
Yeah, I'm going to trade my script supervisor who can sit outside and watch and listen from a monitor for my armorer.
Exactly.
Common sense.
Yeah, and they say that the assistant director kept her out of Group A. And I'm sorry.
Well, then look, I'll be happy if he and her never work again. I'll be good with that. And to be honest with you, Alec Baldwin has probably done himself more damage just by talking.
Yeah, and KBB Studios is exactly right on this in terms of fanning. We'll talk about fanning a little bit more, but fingers got to be on the trigger on that.
Oh, I'm not saying that's what he did. I'm just saying.
They note that they didn't test a bunch of items for fire marks and tool marks because, of course, not when you're talking about like ammunition boxes, trays, and so forth. So a lot of this we can probably skip over just because they're, unless otherwise noted, submitted firearms are test fired. We already know that this gun was test fired because not only did they test fire it, but they test fired it and hammered it to failure.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I think the most relevant thing is that for those first items that were on set, the 3 to 7, that are live rounds.
Now they talk about, and I see Eric. Eric, do you want a link? People are saying they want you on here, so let me know if you do. They note here that this is tool mark analysis. And the tool mark analysis is not super relevant here because we already know which gun fired the fatal shot, right? That's not in doubt.
Right.
Although I guess it would be really interesting if they did an examination, they found that it was excluded, like that this was some sniper on like somebody on the grass and goal.
Yeah.
Wasn't your fault at all.
Full on conspiracy. Somebody shot through the window. You know, whatever.
Yeah. So I mean,
Kimberly, I'm gonna agree with Kimberly here.
Yeah, it seems real. But I mean, the thing is that people did do some stupid things over
Yeah.
COVID protocols.
Okay, look, I will say,
So-
yeah, the AD might have been a dick who said it. She should have been the bitch who was like, then you can't have the gun.
Yeah, that's exactly it. At the end of the day, the armor runs the show on that sort of aspect. The armor can say, like, I pack up my shit and I leave.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they talk a little bit about what is required for source exclusion. Now, source exclusion basically means saying that this casing wasn't fired in this gun. It's excluded as being the comparison. We're not going to see that in this case, but they basically say this conclusion is an examiner's opinion that the observed differences in class characteristics provides extremely strong support for the proposition that the two tool mark came from different sources, and extremely weak or no support for the proposition that they came from the same source. A source exclusion based on a minor difference in measured class characteristics requires a verification, and a verification means that they go to a second forensic examiner and basically say, get me your opinions, and they have to agree on that. And and Eric is noting that he can't come on now. I did send him a link, but it's up to him, so no worries.
Yeah.
And I got no problem with him pointing out the issues. I'm always happy to get comments in chat, both that agree with me and that disagree with me. That's how we learn, right? Hoag's got the saying reasonable minds can differ, and it's one of the best sayings out there. He's got, I think, the best motto in LawTube. So source identification is the opposite. It's the conclusion that they originate from the same source. And we can get into tool mark identification and how that's done, but that is that's its whole other thing. And inconclusive is their third option, which is basically they can say, we can't exclude it. We can't rule it out. They could be the same thing. We don't know. So I see my kids were raised around guns, went through gun safety, and are adults now, and I still give them the lecture before they go camping or shooting. Yes.
Good job.
Sora's wanting her own live stream, I feel like if she had her own channel, she would probably have more subscribers than I do, which is why she's not allowed her own channel.
Very possible.
I would feel envious. But she does want some attention. She's going, why are you busy doing other things that aren't, hanging out with me? Sorry, pup. There's so just there we go. That's the one I was looking for. So Hoglaw, that's who I was talking about. And we need a puppy cam. That's a good idea at some point, but yes. All right. So physical and visual identification. The thing that really, whenever you watch these CSI shows and they are, they're doing all this magic to compare things, you got to remember that at the end of the day, it comes down to some guy who probably hasn't had enough coffee in the day, who's looking through a comparison microscope, who's just kind of eyeballing it, right? So yeah, that's something to be aware of there. All right, so pattern examination. Damaged, corroded, or fragmented items may be of little or no value for comparison purposes. We already know that that's the circumstance there. So they say when an accidental this is an important note. When an accidental discharge examination is performed, it may not be possible to recreate or duplicate all of the circumstances which led to the discharge of a firearm without a pull of the trigger. The world doesn't really repeat itself. If you are... So they're basically saying we can't 100% say that something weird didn't happen. We're not going to have the exact same temperature. We're not going to have the same weather. We're not going to have the same
idiot holding the gun.
Yes, I was gonna say, or the same moron gripping. Yeah. So you can't ever.
That is an oversight in the testing procedure. Alec Baldwin does not work for the FBI and is unavailable to be part of the testing protocol.
Well, they they wouldn't bring Alec Baldwin in for testing because they don't want any of their FBI agents getting shot.
No. Hey, but you guys, he's a professional. He should be able to do it exactly the same way over and over and over.
I mean, actors are used to doing that, from what I hear. So,
I bet he can't. Not in this instance.
Yeah, and and Eric Hunley is saying the IRS is hiring. Yeah, I guess they could put Alec Baldwin at the IRS. So, all right. Guns don't kill people. Alec Baldwin does.
Now we've started.
And the thing is my review on this, like, I don't care personally what Alec Baldwin's opinions are politically, because it's just whether or not he's right about this doesn't depend on him being a jackass. I don't want to color my examination of this is based on whether I like him or not. Like, that's the thing is, people see my Rittenhouse coverage or the Depp coverage. They're like, oh, you're a fan of these people. And I'm like, no, I'm just looking at the law. Law says this. You don't have to like Rittenhouse to go, he's got a good self-defense case. So, yeah. And they note, fun fact, police ballistic lab have a panic button and it's located on the floor. This is because one had an accident and bled out because he was not able to reach the button. They also often do this at banks where they'll have two panic buttons, one that's right subtle so that they can just reach it with a hand gesture, but also one that they can intentionally poke with a foot. Or if they happen to be on the ground because, say, somebody's come in and is shooting at them, they can duck to the ground and push the button on the ground. So, yeah. All right. And they note, this is a good comment here. When Baldwin said it was just a rehearsal, that is when I knew what happened. Idiocy from top to bottom. Yes, you got to treat rehearsals like they're real things there. And if they put Alec Baldwin in the IRS, there'd be less people paying taxes. That's really what the U.S. government wants.
No.
I mean, you pay taxes when you die. Like, there are all sorts of taxes that kick in.
No. Oh, God.
Lori Leaney had made the comment, uncivil law held out the longest against Depp, I think that actually goes to Hogue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
really,
like that.
But yeah.
I gave up on of her testimony.
Yeah.
I gave her day of Amber Heard, so it took me until week 4 of the trial, somewhere around there.
Wow.
Yeah. So they note here, and this is one that people are, I saw a couple people mentioning this in the chat. Per communication with Special Agent Jose Cortez on November 16th, 2021, the microscopic comparisons of manufacturing tool marks observed on ammunition components were discontinued at the FBI laboratory. Now, people have said, why would they stop that? Ultimately, I don't think it's going to be super relevant. They're not going to find anything super useful with this. So, yeah, that's why they'd probably stop it. I mean, I'm actually surprised they did as much analysis as they did, because why are you going and looking to see if the gun that everybody acknowledges was the gun that fired the critical shot matches the guns? So, yeah. All right. And I see somebody's talking about having been robbed at the bank there. Sorry, I missed the first one. Just trying to find it here. I was held up when I worked at a bank, knew it was real, and the guy had hollow points, no panic button either. That's not great.
Ooh.
And they said that they knew that they were hollow points when the guy dropped some. That
sounds like it was going great.
Personal flex, because it mentions that this is at Quantico. I've actually shot at the shooting range at Quantico because they had a pistol club there that had access to the facilities. So that's fun.
I would love to do that.
Yeah.
I guess next time I'm anywhere in Virginia, we'll see if I can talk to that pistol club.
That is a fun experience, though, going up to because Quantico is, of course, a Marine Corps base. So going up to the Marine Corps base, being like, "Do you have anything to declare?" Yes, the guns I have in my car. It's like that's a fun conversation to have with the very armed Marine card, you know. So yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Just be cool, man. Be cool.
Well, the other fun one was flying with a bunch of guns. And this was back when the AR-15 was still legal in Canada, but they were like, do you have, they're like, anything else you need to say when I'm checking in at the airport? I'm like, yes, I also need to declare that I have an AR-15 and 3 handguns. They're like, and I'm like, and you're going to send me to that special station where we go and examine all this next, because I know all the rules. And they're like, yeah, okay. We don't get this a lot. I'm like, I know, but yeah, send me to the next station there. And Apple Silver was asking about the difference between flat nose bullets and the kind police use, and if period revolvers have any kind of safety mechanism. They may or may not have safety mechanisms. These ones, they don't have a manual safety. They don't have a drop safety. They don't have a bunch of safeties, but they do have the quarter cock and half cock safeties that were mentioned there. Flat nose is like, if you see this, the profile on these dummies that I've been showing is round, right? That's a round nose. Flat nose would basically be the same thing if you just chop the end off and then it's flat, right? Police are almost invariably using hollow points, and the reason why they're using hollow points is that hollow points have, first, less over penetration, so they're more likely to stop when they hit something, which is important because police officers hit something like 40% of the rounds they fire at an engagement distance of 6 feet.
Yeah.
6 feet is like,
40% at 6 feet is not that great.
Yeah, that is like stupidly, yeah. That is.
You don't have to aim at 6 feet. Just cover the target with the front of the gun, and you'll hit it.
I didn't know it was that bad. I can hit a target with knives better than that at 6 feet. Like throwing knives. That's pathetic.
So yeah, and the thing is that, police are not good because they don't train as much as they should. And also, when you have the adrenaline dump, it really messes with your accuracy unless you've practiced under adrenaline dump sort of scenarios. So yeah, but that is a really big reason to not want over penetration, because if you hit the side of someone's house, ideally you want it to stop there and not enter the house. So that's one reason. You also want it that if you shoot the bad guy, if they shoot somebody in a situation, you want it to actually stop in that person and not over penetrate on to the next person. But also, police officers in theory are only shooting in life or death scenarios where you need to stop somebody right now, like right now. And hollow point bullets expand and cause more damage. They're not shooting to kill, but they're shooting to stop people right now. And there's a lot of overlap in terms of, in terms of kill versus stop the person right now, because often those things mean the same thing. All right. And so I see here they do a latent print analysis. And so they've got all of the items that they do latent print analysis for. So, and then these are the individuals for comparison. All right. Which is interesting because we've got Alex Ray Baldwin.
Yeah, that's.
Does he just go by Alec and his name is actual Alex?
I'm gonna go with yes.
Yeah.
I'm more in like his middle name is Ray.
His name is Ray. I did not know. That's fun.
Yeah.
Shall I Google it? Let's see.
That might be fun.
Oh, hold on. Can't type. Come on. It's got to be, right?
I mean, that's got to be.
His legal real name is Alexander Ray Baldwin III. There you go.
The third. Okay.
The third.
And I note there in revolvers, you can use heavier bullets with flat points because the noses get in the way if they protrude from the cylinder. Yeah, you'd never want it to protrude. So, yeah. That's basically pointing out if you're going to use as big of a bullet as possible in a revolver, you're going to want it to have a flat point just to keep it from messing things up. So these are the people they check. And so their letter designation is who they are, but A is Hannah Gutierrez, B, Sarah Zachary, C, David Halls, and D, Alex Ray Baldwin III. All right. So,
and
results
all
of
the prints are everywhere?
Pretty much. So identification.
No. Yeah, because
A
it's
on the armor.
no D.
Well, they do comparisons, and the comparisons are with A through D, but on items, most of them, not finding anything. On item P8 and P11, they're finding matches to the armor, and they do verifications and/or blind verifications with a number of people. So that's actually a lot more verification than I expected. Normally, you're lucky if they see a verification of one person. Now, you might be wondering, why is it? And I'm just looking here, just going back to see what... so item 11, what all is that? That is the ammo box. So you might be wondering, I mean, the ammo box, we know lots of people handled it. Why are they only finding, some prints? Why aren't they finding as many prints as we think that they might? The one thing that is really important to realize is that fingerprint analysis is less good than CSI puts it out to be. You can touch all sorts of things, and very few of those things will have useful fingerprints on them. So you'll see lots of cases where it's like, this guy, we saw him with the knife. We have video of this guy setting the knife down on a counter and leaving, and no one else touches it. We did fingerprint analysis, and we have no fingerprints whatsoever. That's just how fingerprinting goes. Some surfaces fingerprint better than others. Like if you're touching glass, that'll fingerprint really well. If you're touching, I don't know. I'm just sort of looking to see if I've got something that is like the worst case scenario for fingerprinting. Rob's tie is probably not going to fingerprint all that.
Which is still sitting there because you are holding it hostage.
I'm not holding it hostage. I just need to get around to bringing it back. A dog treat. Zora.
Well, now it's not going to have anything.
It's not going to fingerprint very well. And once it's damaged, it's not going to be something that you can analyze very well. So that is... Oh, now she's interested.
Yeah, now you started it. You can't you can't just give her one. That's not a thing. It's like the
There we go. She had to sit for that one. So and I see somebody noting Runkle's dog is destroying evidence. You can't steal those. That is not allowed. All right. So fingerprints, palm prints, toe prints. I don't think that they would have done any toe print analysis in this particular scenario.
I would have been impressed if somebody used a gun or used their foot to fire a gun. I mean,
they didn't find Alec Baldwin's prints on the ammo box. They only found the armorer's prints, but that doesn't tell us anything. And Larry Jenkins confirmed a dummy round has an empty primer pocket, even in a bandolier, a huge visual tell. There are a lot of movies where they get that wrong. Under 15 feet, a blank is a death round. Yeah, under 15 feet, it will totally kill you. So, yeah. Footprint, handprint, impression, coming from an anatomical region that cannot be determined and may have come from any of the above sources. Cannot be determined. There's all sorts of reasons why that could be, but usually that just means like a small print or whatever else. There's also some other prints that sometimes get analyzed forensically. There have been cases where people have been convicted, for instance, on an ear print.
Really? That can be done unique?
You've got distinctive ears. People have apparently unique ears, although the other thing is that forensics is also kind of bullshit a lot of the time. So there's often people willing to testify to uniqueness of things that they've never actually done any proper analysis of. So I don't know if ear prints are actually fully, fully distinctive or unique, but certainly somebody was willing to testify to that. So yeah. This is a whole big long discussion about how they do fingerprinting. And I don't think we need to go through all of this because they talk about, ridges and, ridges and whorls and all of that good stuff. Again, they're going to talk about identification as being, matches versus exclusion and inconclusive. We went over that with tool mark analysis. Eric Hunley is noting bite mark evidence has been scrutinized in recent years. Yes. Almost all forensic evidence is done very badly in terms of the scientific method. I have a prop that I'm having made for a movie or for a video about this. And yeah. I don't actually know if earwax has DNA. It seems like it should. But
shouldn't everything?
Not necessarily, not all things, but lots of things. So, all right. Blind verification, which they mentioned, is a type of verification by another examiner who has limited case information and does not know the evaluation decision of the primary examiner. This is where I really love the FBI. The FBI, they had 4 people doing blind verification, which I've never seen in a criminal case. Just never seen that on a criminal case. This is what should be done. Most police cases, they actually do the stupid thing, which is that often in police cases, the guy who's making the fingerprint analysis already knows which one is the suspect and basically is going, yes, this is the suspect. That is the worst way to do things. So I really like that they do all of this blind verification. There is no meaningful predictive rate of error for the entire comparison process. However, studies have demonstrated that examiners reach accurate and reliable conclusions under specific test conditions. What does that mean? Well, it means fingerprint analysis has a certain degree of bullshit to it.
That's a fantastic disclaimer.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So they also note here, due to a variety of factors, the recovery of friction ridge prints on items of evidence is not always successful. A lack of friction ridge prints on an item or the exclusion of a friction ridge print from a given source does not necessarily mean that the given source did not come into contact.
Yeah, just because there weren't prints, just because we couldn't lift prints, doesn't mean that they didn't touch it.
Yeah,
it doesn't prove the opposite. Yeah.
So yeah, and basically, we're never going to acquit people with fingerprint evidence. Yeah. And they've got some interesting sources. Some of these I should check out because they might make for a good video all on their own. So latent prints, they do some more, testing here. Item 15, fingerprints and palm prints of Hannah Gutierrez. So these are test prints and then the things that they're checking. And again, we've got the same codes and exclusion. So this is looking at all of these different items. Or item 20.
They didn't test the palm print to see whether or not it matched the fingerprints of the person?
So the only thing they fingerprint test is the tray. They didn't test the cartridges. And part of the reason is that it's actually fairly difficult to get a fingerprint off a cartridge. Yeah. All right. But they note that they exclude Alec Baldwin as well as Sarah Zachary. And it's inconclusive on Hannah Gutierrez and David Halls. Not a whole lot of useful things there. All right. I love this. The known prints of Gutierrez, Zachary, and Hall should be retained in your files for possible future court use.
Ooh.
Which name is missing from that?
Baldwin.
I actually think they should be retaining all of them for future court use, don't you think?
Yeah, that's a little odd.
See this. Sorry, I'm late to the stream. Question: is Baldwin looking at a charge of involuntary manslaughter? Intent doesn't appear to be substantiated, but he's still an idiot farting around with a gun. I think that would be the appropriate charge.
Involuntary manslaughter sounds about right.
I was looking up the statutes. New Mexico does have a statute for being sort of careless or reckless with a firearm, and negligent use of a deadly weapon. And it's the key provision is endangering the safety of another by handling or using a firearm or other deadly weapon in a negligent manner. I think by his own admission, his handling of the firearm was negligent. And once you have that illegal act, that takes you into the realm of manslaughter. So I think they could charge him. I think they won't charge him. He just gave another statement where he said, hey, I don't think I'm going to be charged. And what he doesn't say, he says it's because this is clearly an accident. I'm like, plenty of accidents are illegal. That is why we have involuntary manslaughter as a thing, right? Involuntary manslaughter doesn't, that covers accidents. That's what it's for. But really the reason why I think he's not being charged is because he's famous and wealthy. And it's kind of if you're going to take a shot at him, you better not miss, because otherwise he's also got the resources to sue the hell out of everybody in response. So
for what? For their official conduct? Give me a break.
Oh, I mean, that wouldn't stop him, I don't think.
It's a total non-starter.
I agree. But
I'm wondering how this would play out, because technically this is a workplace, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So who's responsible if the employee is told to instructed to do something that ends in somebody's death?
Sometimes the employee, I can think of a case sort of on point with that trucker case in Colorado, where the guy was initially convicted for 150 years or whatever, but he was instructed to keep driving even though he is having problems.
Okay.
They convicted him of reckless homicide.
Sometimes
his brakes failed and he wound up plowing into cars and killing 7 people or something.
Right.
And the employer basically directed him. They still charged that guy.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, and for certain things, I was told to do it is not sufficient to get you out of trouble, right?
Yeah.
Because especially when you're dealing with very hazardous activities, like, say, operating a gun, you might have a duty of yourself that applies regardless of what your employer does or doesn't do.
I think what it might come down to, and this is where it's such an unusual thing, because it happened on a film set, and not just on set, but in front of the camera. So he's an actor acting. The director was there. If the director instructed him to point that camera or to point that gun in that direction and pull the trigger or the hammer, that's the only out I can see for him. He did what he was told to do. Now, he shouldn't have done it, because
that would also put the director on the hook too.
Yes.
Charge them both with manslaughter.
Right. Well, that's where I'm like, it could, depending on how they want to do it, you can get a lot of people, you can get nobody, you can get one person, you can get but.
Well, and Eric Hunley has a great point right here. Ironically, the director, I think he should be worried, but he was shot, so nobody's talking about him. And at least here in Canada, they have a fine tradition of charging people based on things that injure themselves. I don't know how it is in New Mexico. I'd have to check, but I know of a file, and I can't give many details about it, but a guy was charged with impaired driving causing bodily harm. And the bodily harm was that he himself in the accident lost an arm. And they were like, because of that, your charge is more serious because it caused bodily harm to a person, namely you.
All right.
And I mean, isn't that kind of yeah, I was just going to say, isn't that kind of a kick in the ass? Because you're sitting there going, you lost the arm and they're going to upgrade your charges because of it.
That's weird.
Being a one-armed person in prison is also not going to be a whole lot of fun. So prison's not fun. Prison with a disability is extra fun. So
look, I see the people in the chat telling me it's his responsibility not to point to gun. In real life, are you missing the part about he's an actor? He was being directed. Like,
well, and
I see both sides of it, but I'm saying that's the only out I can see for him in that instance if he says, I was told to do it.
Yeah.
Because he has been handed. Now, here's how it should have happened. The armorer should have been on set right there next to the weapons. She alone should have handed that weapon to him. She's responsible for loading and unloading and checking. Yes, he can ask to check the weapon. I've seen people ask that. Yes, he can ask to check the weapon. He is not allowed to unload or load.
He should be shown the weapon.
Yeah.
Like the armorers I talk to basically say when the talent is handed a gun, they are shown its state.
That's the proper way. Sometimes when they're in a hurry, they try to skip that step, and that's
when you
where
skip that, that's when you run into problems.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Handling of firearms. Let's skip some safety steps.
Well, and the other thing is,
this is why everyone needs to be charged, because Christina wants to see new rules.
This is also not Baldwin's first movie, right? So he should know what armorers do on set. The instant, like if I'm on set and the assistant director hands me a gun and says cold gun, I'm like, who the fuck are you?
Well, that's
and what are you doing with the gun, right? So
if I'm on set and anyone but the armorer walks up to me with a weapon,
you're just like, where did you get this gun? Like, is this your own personal gun, or like, what the hell?
One of the things that they did in that my instructor does in his course, which was absolutely brilliant, and it starts on like day one, but then it goes to like through the end, is he would just randomly walk up to anybody with it. Now he's using a dummy. You don't know that it's a dummy, and it doesn't matter if it's a dummy, right? That's the point. But he'll walk up to you and try to hand it to you without a word. If you take it, you fail.
The thing is
because you're supposed to, the armorer is supposed to instruct you the status of the weapon and show you. You are supposed to acknowledge the status of the weapon, take it, and say thank you.
I was going to say, is this a film set or a range?
No, this would be the theatrical guidelines. This is what
I like what you said. I think it was on the previous stream, Runkle, where you said, even if you were with a competition shooter of 40 years, if they handed you a gun and said it's unloaded, the first thing you would do is check.
Yeah.
And then having seen you do it, if you handed the firearm back to them, they would then check, even though they handed it to you in the first place, because this is the level of paranoia when it comes to these things.
And the thing is you will hear people checking the act. Like when I was just at the range the other day, before I put a gun on the rack at the back of the range there, I would check and make sure it's unloaded before it goes on the rack. And I was checking it before I moved it. I checked it when I set it down. And then when I picked those guns up that have just sat there, because I was done with it and I was just waiting to pack it up. When I was packing them up, I once again picked them up and checked them again. It's just you check.
And I don't know if it's ever happened to you, but it has happened to me where I've checked a gun thinking it's unloaded, and then I check it and it wasn't. It was loaded. It has happened to me. There's a reason that we check these things.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I had one where I was just finished clearing out a jam, and I was like, oh yeah, it's unloaded now. And there was a cartridge stuck in there, and I was like, oh, right. Because I'd sort of racked the action repeatedly clearing this jam, but because the case, like the brass on it had been deformed a bit, the extractor wasn't grabbing it. So I, then rack it open and looked in it and was like, oh, hey, that's a head stamp right there. So you check this. And I see a question for Bicycles. What is the deal with actors constantly giving statements? Hubris abounds. He needs to shut up. Yes.
I've been saying that since he spoke the first time.
What does the Pot Brother football teach us?
Yes.
What's that? Oh, the Pot Brothers at Law. Yes. I mean, the thing is you don't need to wait till Friday to celebrate Shut the Fuck Up Friday. You can celebrate that every day. I actually want to do a video on that video and talk about the difference in advertising laws between Canada and the States.
They're a fun group.
Oh, well, I should reach out to them and just.
I reached out to them. They said, how much do I want to pay them? But maybe you'll have better luck.
Yeah.
Well,
the trick about like the movie sets though is like I understand the real world, you guys. I see everybody's comments. I understand the real world. I know the rules of the real world. But the thing about a movie set, so time is money, right? Like that's rule number one, time is money. So they always try to rush. Everyone's always trying to rush. And that doesn't make it right. And that's where the dangers come in. So this is how we end up with these rules and regulations and all of that, because unfortunately, usually someone has to get hurt or die. This is a tragic case, but do not for 1 second think this is the only person who's ever died on a film set. It happens a lot, like a lot. So this is where I say, like, it's the lines of law, like crossing and getting kind of twisted and warped, because this is a workplace, but it's also a movie set. We have our regulations. We're supposed to follow this. This is where you get your unions this person can't touch this thing because they're in this union and they're in this union and all that. So there's going to be a lot of passing the buck. That's what they're all doing.
For the gun, it's relevant.
Yeah. And this is why I've been on board with saying I would charge everyone from top to bottom. Baldwin, the AD, the armorer, maybe this prop person. I don't know that deal. That's a little different. But I would go all the way up to the executive producers, because you can't tell me that the people who this is their money now that they're spending on this film, and we've seen some emails. You can't tell me that they didn't know that they were cutting corners, violating safety procedures, hired an incompetent person,
and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Pickles makes a good point. Because of people walking off the state, because of these emails, because of these problems, you've got an overarching active knowledge state that permeates everybody. Yep.
That's reckless. That's reckless behavior. They're the ones pushing it because they're at the top, right? They're the bosses. So they're pushing everyone underneath them to cut these corners faster, cheaper, all of that. Now, this is where she was inexperienced. She was obviously easily bullied. That doesn't make it okay.
Oh, no. And I mean,
Alec Baldwin, on the other hand, this is where I'm actually like, I want to see him charged. Even if he ends up, I don't know, 60 days. I don't care, whatever. It's because he keeps saying in his interview how, I've been doing this for so long. I've been doing this for so long. I've been doing this for so long. And so he, of all people, when that AD tried to walk up to him with a gun, should have been like, whoa, what is happening? Where's my armor?
No. You have no business having a gun. I see this comment. I just kind of want to address it. See an Arsenal saying an actor wouldn't know a dummy from a live round. Bigger false lie, and whoever loaded it, whoever chose to use an actual firearm, and complacency about having people in front of a real firearm. I personally think that any actor who can't tell a dummy from a live round should not be acting on a film set where they're using either. Mm-hmm. Like, this is basic safety, right?
Or at least not be the one handling it, right? Like,
yeah, I mean,
because you've got plenty of people that have they don't touch
playing
it.
Like guy getting robbed at bank, fine, they're not handling the gun. Mm-hmm. But if they're playing bank robber who's got the gun in their hand, then I need them to know, right? Yeah. And if they're too stupid to be taught about this, mm-hmm. or too on drugs or whatever, and I see you couldn't visually tell except by weight. No, that is not the case.
A professional is going to know.
There's a hole right there. I can tell this. And also, rattle, 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 rattle. It makes a noise. Like, this is something you can identify without too much difficulty here. You can. And not only has Alec done it forever, but his father was the rifle team instructor at his high school. I mean, I suspect that Alec Baldwin is resistant to learning anything from anyone. I'm not going to put this on his dad. I don't think he's the kind of person who really puts a lot of effort into this. I'm just going to need a second to try to get my camera to.
Yeah. You know, and the other thing that, since now we have this report that does seem to show that there were other rounds right there on that cart. This is what scares me, because the point I was making earlier was that, like, yes, this was what happened in the rehearsal. Do you guys know what comes after the rehearsal? You film the shot.
Yeah.
So if he had actually done everything right in the rehearsal and not pulled the trigger or pulled the hammer, whatever he's going to go with, right? If he had just pulled it out, held it, and then put it back. Okay, now we go to roll the picture. So now he has to pull the trigger. That's the scene. And because this, whoever it is, has real bullets over here and is loading the gun with real bullets, unless they checked the gun between the rehearsal and the scene and realized what they had done, which it doesn't look like they realized that they had live bullets sitting there, which is terrifying, then guess what's going in the gun again? And guess what's coming out that gun? So it's a disaster any way you look at it, because it looks like someone was going to get shot. But here's the thing that nobody's considering, and I've been in this position. Normally, what would he be pointing at? Another actor. This is a rare instance where he was pointing, I think it was an extreme close-up of the weapon. Like it was like in here real tight. So they didn't need another actor there. So it was going basically into camera or just right off a camera. But when they go to shoot the wider shot, the wider scene, it was probably going to be two actors, you know, him and the other actor, or maybe more. I don't know if this was like a big scene with multiple people. And, you know, so we're almost lucky that they started with this shot after lunch.
I see in Arsenal saying they all often have false primers for loading scenes, and noting on an 1873 they'll want dramatic loading shots and they'll need to see the bullets in front of the cylinder. Dummies will definitely look like real rounds, except we already have this FBI report noting that the dummies that they were using were ones that had a hole in the primer. The primer wasn't a false primer. There was just a missing primer. So this is not the case here. I get what you're saying about how they might need to use those for loading shots. But the other thing is, even so, if you're the actor and you're being told this, like, it's not a situation where he's like, you know what, we opened the gun up and they assured me that these were, you know, that this is why this was there. And the 1873, the back of the bullet, the head stamp, the primer, is completely obstructed. There's no way you're going to get that in a shot. There's no reason to use a fake primer for that scene. So this is a situation where you just be like, why? Like, why is this there? I don't think that there's an explanation here that takes the pressure off of Baldwin in terms of him having some responsibility there. I see in Australian construction, when we have a serious injury or fatality, we charge the organization and the individuals from the area manager to the CEO. Everyone is on the hook. Now, that's different than a criminal charge, but and he took the gun from the AD. Nothing else matters. I'm not sure if that's intended to be a defense of Baldwin or an indictment of Baldwin, because I take that as an indictment of Baldwin.
Yeah, I mean, it's also not good for the AD.
And you wouldn't be able to tell that the dummy round makes a noise without unloading, which I'm given to understand an actor cannot do. Correct, they can't, which is why you have the armor do it for you. Yes, if they're having dummies in there, the armor should be pulling each one, rattling it, putting it in the gun so that the actor can see. Empty gun to start with, dummy, confirm dummy, in it goes. Dummy, confirm it, in it goes, right? That should be the basic aspect there. And I know people Yeah, there's some people giving CN Arsenal some grief on this one. I am not one of them. CN Arsenal is is somebody with knowledge. So any person that's ever gotten a license is told, regardless, if you see someone clear the gun, you do it again and again if you doubt it at all. Very simple. Yep. So, all right. Let's keep going here because we're sort of caught up for a second here. So we're gonna skip past. I mean, they do toe prints, or they talk about toe prints. We don't really need to worry about toe prints and so forth. The next one is a DNA check. And so some of these items are buccal samples. And you might be wondering, what does that mean? It means that they took a swab and they rubbed it inside their cheek. That's what a buccal sample is. Mm-hmm. This person provided a test sample is what all that is. So, and they just note which items these are for purposes of cataloging things. Item 2 is the revolvers. They're doing DNA testing on that. Doesn't look like they do any DNA testing on the cartridges themselves, which is not surprising. So blood was not detected on item 2, so they didn't see any gun on the or any blood on the gun, not gun on the blood. Now, it wouldn't actually be surprising to see blood on the gun because, of course, and I see pronounced buckle. Okay, fair enough. Wouldn't be surprising to see blood on the gun because when a projectile hits something, it can sort of spray. So, yes. And I see somebody saying, I have very idealistic views on how it should be. It's like saying every lawyer should be always right on the law ever. It just doesn't work that way. I mean, this is a situation where we're talking about
when it comes to managing guns. Again, I think we can agree that there's very strong reasons for paranoia. Mm-hmm. The way at least that I always taught it is that rule 1 is the gun is loaded. Right.
I sent Runkle this the other night. The industry wide, safety regulations. That's the first thing that it says. Treat every firearm like it is loaded and can kill someone.
Yeah,
it's right there. The issue is you probably asked. I don't know if you asked the armorers you talked to, but there is no when somebody said earlier about the retired veterans. I'd be down to see that happen. The problem is there is no industry-wide, there's no training. I don't even think there's any certifications that there's no
firearm safety are pretty basic for a reason, right?
Right. But what I'm saying is to get the job of our armorer, you don't have to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, get license, blah, blah, blah. First off, it's going to depend on what state you're in. And then, because this girl, I don't even think she was in a union. She had 2 gigs, In
Canada, you have to get a firearm business license to be an armorer. And in order to be an armorer, you're going to need to show that you've got some credentials. You're going to need to show that you've got some education and some background in this. Some of them are like retired police officers. But some of them are people who got started working at a different armory sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And in Canada, if you had these kinds of safety issues, the armorer would have been at risk of losing their business license long before the fatal shot.
Yeah.
So, if I was working on a set and they were being this cavalier and they had all these negligent discharges, you could call in and probably get their business license yanked. And, at that point, the armorer isn't going to be there because the armorer is not an armorer anymore. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be beneficial if we had, and maybe this case, I don't know, nothing has happened yet, but I'd like to see this case be the case that causes the industry to go, okay, we got to have something.
We got to have some credentialing. We got to have some... there's got to be rules on this one. And I see Forever Cuber was asking how toe prints are relevant. They're not. This is boilerplate. This is just,
It's nice to know that sometime, somewhere, someone is rolling some toe prints.
I mean,
I have to say, I've had my fingerprints rolled a couple times. Never had my toe prints rolled. That's the first.
I mean, it happens, and
Yes.
there's a murder here. The killer walked barefoot through blood. Who is it?
Yeah, that would make sense. What?
Zachary's mama wasn't Hannah the junior armor. Didn't the senior armor walk off set? If so, shouldn't they be charged as well, even though he walked off set? No, I would not charge anybody who walked off this set going, it's dangerous and I refuse to have anything to do with it, because that is the right call, right? And then if somebody else makes decisions that then get somebody killed, that's on those other people down the road.
Yeah, I didn't know there was another armorer, unless maybe they're thinking of the stories that came out of the armorers who declined the job. Maybe that's...
Yeah, I mean, there were lots of people apparently who were saying, you know what, I'm just not willing to do this. So, yeah. And there's a reason why they call it a deadly weapon. You should check, recheck, recheck it on set or anywhere. Absolutely. You just need to do that. And I see somebody saying, any Marine vet could be armorers. I couldn't forget weapon safety if I tried. There's more to it than just that. The thing is that armor is, I mean, they kind of are involved in some prop stuff, because to the extent that, if somebody says, I need, this show is going to be set in Los Angeles in 2002, and I need 14 cops outfitted for this one scene. Well, I guarantee you that there is some nerd out there, and I'm not using nerd pejoratively, I'm just saying somebody who's going to be super hardcore about this, who's going to go, well, you outfitted them all with SIGs, but they used Glocks in 2000 in LA. And so, or, you have them with the wrong Glock model. So they have to be able to know this stuff, or at least research it and do all of that stuff. So, yeah. All right. So, DNA testing on the gun. Ooh. Baldwin. Strong support for inclusion, i.e. They think it's, his prints on this. Now, you might be wondering, why are we only getting like strong support and limited support for exclusion for Zachary and Halls? Well, because they're doing like print DNA. They're testing like latent, the crap that comes off on your hands. This is not the best,
I mean, I've even seen stuff where it's like, billions or trillions, and they'll still say like very strong support. They'll never say absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, because for all we know, one of these people has an identical twin that nobody ever heard about. Lost at birth, confused at the hospital. And like Alec Baldwin could theoretically have this mystery double out there.
Wait, you guys, wait.
Somebody's writing that murder right now.
No, I was going to say, Alec doesn't get along with one of his brothers. So you better stop, because you're going to give him an idea. Okay. Like, isn't there like a war happening between two of them? So now you've just given him next up, Alec Baldwin does yet another interview.
Just wait till they find two people with the same fingerprints. That'll be a good day.
Oh, that'll be an interesting day, because there might be a whole lot of people making applications to get out of jail. Monica Cordelia was saying, I understand Helena was told to do whatever. However, isn't it her responsibility to manage safety and to walk off the set if it's not safe? Yes. It's interesting that she's blaming others. It is shameful that she's blaming others. Do professional armorers take any kind of oath? They swear to get paid.
Better. They sign a contract.
Yeah, that's it.
Somebody else is asking something that I actually do. It's not a super chat, but I actually do want to answer it, because Michelle is asking, would they be required for bulletproof glass between the gun and the camera person? There should have been plexi. Yeah. Something.
Plexi's not going to stop a bullet.
Well, no, but Kurt, we've established
enough layers of acrylic will.
Usually there's
layers of anything will stop a bullet.
Yeah. Usually there should be, especially if he's that close to camera, there should be something just to protect the lens.
And I see somebody here saying use fake guns, film the shots, voice over the gunshot sounds, add gun smoking during editing, so it costs a few bucks, could save a life. It also looks super fake.
Yeah, it does.
Super fake. And when I'm watching a movie and it's got this gun fight scene, and suddenly you can see the actors like the recoil doesn't match up with the, you're just sitting there going, okay, this looks like their playtime, right?
Mhm.
So in some cases, it just looks like them going pew, pew, pew. And,
This is my favorite.
yeah.
That's my favorite. You can almost always tell when and of course the actor probably has never fired a gun in their life, so they do really dumb things with it, like.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing.
You didn't put the DNA into CODIS? Aw, that's disappointing.
How's Baldwin supposed to actually know what to, how to fake a gunshot when he's never spent time on a range? So, yeah. I think he'd actually need to spend more time practicing with actual guns to do that than anything else.
This is hysterical.
So Otha has sent me here for bad firearm takes. Hopefully not for me, and I'm not disappointed. I definitely trust Alec Baldwin to judge a hand load from a prop cartridge. I'm sorry, if he can't tell that, he should not be handling a gun. If he can't trade in that, then he can't tell that. And I'm sorry, telling the difference apart is real easy. I have a video that'll be coming out real soon where I brought somebody who had never shot a gun before in her life. Not once. And
I think I
blindfolded.
like Pickle's idea of just charge everyone and let the jury sort it out. They want to quit everyone because they can't figure it out. I don't care. Let's charge everyone inside and see what happens. That'll be fun.
I'd love to see it happen. Just let's try it. See what happens.
Here's the video. Dummy cartridges mixed into a pile with live cartridges, and I'm handing them one cartridge at a time and going, do I put this in the gun or not? And blindfolded, never having, with no firearm experience, they were able to successfully pull out 6 cartridges, which then when we went over to the range and loaded them into the gun and fired them at the paper, we put no holes in the paper because it's not hard. This is not a challenge.
I was gonna ask you.
So Alec Baldwin should be able to judge a hand load from a dummy cartridge because they're built to be distinguishable by even your sub-capable moron. Like anybody.
Hold on now. We're talking about actors. Is there a lower level?
Yeah.
I am one. I get to say this. Is there a lower level?
Anybody should be able to tell. Like, it's just... So I see my man literally wants to put actors in charge of ammo. No, I don't. You are full of shit here. I'm saying that the armorer should be showing the actor as they do it, and the actor should be competent enough to follow along with the explanation.
The biggest,
BB dummies. These are literally film dummies. Mm-hmm. This came from a film armorer set. Or from a film armorer company. What about trail loss? If they didn't have these if they didn't have suitably designed dummies, then they are screwing it up.
I want to say that, everything is basically like
firearms. You're on some other stuff. If you think actor monkeys could tell anything about any, I'm a firearm lawyer and I got firearms aplenty. So, I'm sorry. I have talked to dozens of film armorers. They all say that they go through this demonstration with people. So, sorry, man, you're wrong here. You're straight up wrong.
The biggest issue with actors, look, I guess I should defend my own at least once, right? We are kind of, again, you have to remember not everyone is the movie star, right? And the movie star also doesn't start typically as the movie star. So you gotta work your way through to some degree. But I've seen this so many times that it scares me. There's just this inherent trust. So do you guys want a horror story? Because I can give you one. I won't name names. But it was a small, super small indie film, horror film, and there was a scene in it where a guy comes to the front door with a shotgun, and we open the door, and he points that shotgun at about like 4 of us. Okay. This is such a low budget. There was no armor. There was nothing. And so literally the shotgun was somebody's they brought to set, and nobody got shown anything. And it was literally, we just go to do the scene in a rehearsal, and the door opens, and this is happening, and myself and like 3 other people are right there, and like some of the actors didn't balk. They didn't think anything of it. Didn't bat an eyelash. They just did their job. There was one that was kind of nervous, and she pulled me aside, and she was just like, because I knew the director, and she was like, I gotta say that scared me. Like I wasn't ready for this. She's probably never had a gun pointed at her in her life, right? And so it made her nervous. And she was like, can you say something like, and I was like, okay, sure. And this is actually before I had the training. So I just went to the director and I said, look, that made some of them very nervous. I knew the guy that was holding the weapon and all that, but I was like, you need to take a moment. You need to show them this is a shotgun, but it's empty, blah, blah, blah. And thankfully for us, that actor is a responsible gun owner. Like that's where we were. It was just that actor.
Kind of.
Yeah. Well, to the degree that he checked that weapon and he kept it, it's a shotgun. So he kept it open and he never let it out of his sight. He was sort of doing the right things without knowing he was doing the right things. And that's why I say we were like lucky, right? Because had we just handed a shotgun to any idiot who has no experience, do we know it's empty? And this was in very early on experience. And I still didn't freak out. And now knowing what I know, I look back at that and I go, like, oh, wow, just bad all the way around, all the way around, but that's how used to it most actors are. They will let you point a gun at their head without asking any questions.
That's not a great thing.
No,
that's
it's not.
But we've got this question of if you're filming a scene with another actor handling a gun, do you get to check or challenge the ammo loaded in it? Every armorer I talked to noted that yes, and in fact, it's not just another actor in the scene. It's the cinematographer.
It's anyone.
It's the stunt people. It's the guy with the coffee tray. If he's expected to be in the room for the filming of this, the guy holding the coffees can be like, I need to check that. And that is what the armor, should be, nobody should have an issue with that. That is what the armor should be.
I have a flip story. That was my terrible.
But it's also a cultural thing. And because you have to, like, I know ranges where they'll say like anyone can call cold range, but getting people to actually do it, the people won't do it. They will do things like their gun will, like I've seen it at the range where like their gun or their magazine or whatever will drop off the line because they'll drop off their table, drop onto the foul side of the line, and they'll reach over the foul side of the line to pick it up. And I'm like, you're not allowed to do that without calling, because it's on the foul side of the line. I know it's just there, but it's the foul side of the line. But you can't. Getting people to actually do it though is a real challenge in real life.
Listen,
Buddy's
I know
picking a fight with you.
I know you've got a YouTube channel out there, and I know you're probably going to do a really dishonest video about this. I didn't say the coffee man is the armorer. I said the armorer is required. This is the standard practice.
They must be trolling you.
Oh, he is, and he's about to get removed because he
didn't say anything even close to anything like that.
Yeah. No, he's being dishonest. This guy is a liar.
What you said is accurate.
The armorer has a responsibility to make sure everyone there is comfortable and can confirm, and everybody's got the right to say, I need this confirmed for me, that this is an empty gun. So or whatever the state is supposed to be. That is how this goes. So
like on a flight, there is a reason that they like do cross check for everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Check and cross check. It's
the other situation that could use more discipline with like checking and lists is hospitals, because I've read like articles on this where they get doctors even who want to use like checklists, they have a real hard time doing it because it's like seen as like bad. Let's not have a checklist for the surgery. It's like, no, let's have a checklist for the surgery. Sounds like a good idea.
That sounds like how we got to the point where they have to mark your body parts so they don't accidentally take the wrong piece. Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, no.
Yes, to answer that question.
Maybe we should count the number of sponges at the end to see if it's the same number as we had at the beginning.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, and any armor worth their salt is a mean safety troll who will ruin everyone's day if safety protocols are violated.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so in terms of the DNA testing, they just test the guns. Some people were asking, did they test the cartridges themselves? And
that's what her lawyer was. That's the email I was talking about.
Yeah. You see, this is what I was talking about earlier. Greater than 1 million is still very strong support for inclusion. 1 million to 1, we're still going to say, well, it's strong support, very strong support.
And somebody's saying that this is devoid from reality on sets. The reality on set got a woman killed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
yes,
like
this is where we're all in agreement. The reality on set is
the reality on
problems.
A well-run set follows all of these, principles. The only one I'm saying that's an extended thing here that, is my thing of saying we need to make sure that actors have more experience, and there's plenty of good examples of this. Keanu Reeves, from what I understand, when he was, it was like, hey, you're going to go to these films. He's like, okay, but he goes hard. And he was like, okay, I'm going to go hire some people. I'm going to train for 6 months every day.
He got trained at Terran Tactical, one of the best. I've seen the videos. He's a pretty damn good shooter.
Oh, I do 3-gun, and if I could shoot as well as he runs a 3-gun, I'd be feeling really freaking happy. He's just Arnold Schwarzenegger, a famous meathead. Like when he got the Terminator role, he was terrified that he was going to look like an idiot handling guns because he'd never handled one.
Mm-hmm.
So he went and spent a whole bunch of time practicing with guns, to the point where the NRA, after the first Terminator movie came out, actually was like, he did a really good job. The gun handling in this is really accurate. Baldwin doesn't want to do that because he doesn't like guns, and he's being a jackass about it. He's cutting that corner. I don't see why we can't say, listen, if you are going to be handling guns in a movie, you should know them well enough that, that you don't just go, oh, I don't want to embarrass somebody there. So like that is just, yeah.
That's why I'm saying the armor, look, I said they have to be assholes. Somebody said, I don't know how you can turn down the training. You can't. You're really not supposed to. But who's in charge of telling Alec Baldwin, okay, so the armorer says, hi, Mr. Baldwin, we need to go over this procedure. And Mr. Baldwin's like, no, girl, I'm good. I'll be in my trailer sipping my coffee. Who do you think is in charge of that? So what should happen there is the armorer should be like, oh, really, movie star? And then you could go to the AD, but in this case, it sounds like the AD would have been useless. If the AD says, don't worry about it, then you go to the director. If the director says, don't worry about it, then you go to the producer. If the producer tells you not to worry about it, you go. Then you need to find yourself a new armorer.
Yeah. Now I see, this is...
Oh, do you want my flip side?
Asking the flip side story. Rob Price, I see you noting that I missed your super chat. Please let me know in the, please just repost it. I can't find it again, but sort of let me know what that was and I will go there. And they note Tom Cruise, as problematic as he can be, insists on gun training for co-stars.
Tom Cruise also goes hard. I mean, you got to respect his dedication to his craft.
Yep.
He does a lot of crazy stunts too.
Yeah.
He understands you could die here. Like,
yeah,
so,
and
yeah.
I mean, I give that mad props there. Has anyone thought that whoever loaded the gun with a live round, that it was intentional, like with Brandon Lee? It wasn't intentional with Brandon Lee. What happened with Brandon Lee is that the projectile, the bullet, wiggled out of the casing and got stuck in the gun, and that then later nobody checked the barrel. And so later, when they put a blank in to do a blank fire in this, in the scene, what ended up happening is the combination of blank fire plus, blank cartridge plus actual projectile stuck in the barrel basically completes the circuit, and you get Brandon Lee getting shot. That was an armorer failing to properly check the barrel. So
I mean, that's something. Yeah, you have to be at least a little sympathetic on that one, because like that stuck in the barrel is.
Yeah.
That one is much more a
It's become a myth that like it was intentional and blah blah blah.
But I did remember. I don't know if there's been anything since then, but I remember in the early days of the Rust investigation, there was a rumor that there was some sort of like lover spat or something involving
Oh
God,
someone.
Yeah, I think I heard that one too. It was between like her and the other person or something.
Yeah, like the armorer's assistant or something.
Yeah,
I think for the extra touch of salaciousness, it was like a lesbian affair gone wrong or something.
Yeah,
I'm trying to go back in the deep recesses of my mind.
I didn't hear the lesbian affair one, but that's unsurprising.
But if you're still here, toss me a Twitter DM. We'll chat sometime. No hard feelings, nothing like that. Just toss me a DM. We'll have a chat.
Fuddy was just busting your balls. Obviously.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine. I'm not gonna. There's no grudge here. There's no shade. There's no. This is not the start of some beef. Toss me a thing. We'll chat, because I'm super curious about the work you do. Fighting the ATF. I'm here fighting the chief firearms officer out here. So I bet there's a lot of overlap in terms of what we do. Although, yeah. So Rob Price, I missed a super chat. I am sorry about that. I was just asking if anyone on the panel has seen or read the OH&S report and the findings. Yes, and there's a bunch of new information in there that shed some light on the situation. Yes. Right now we're going through the FBI report.
There was an OSHA report?
It's not OSHA. It's
the other version.
State of New Mexico Occupational Health and Safety.
Okay. State level authority. Okay.
Yeah. So
I think I caught part of that on Emily's, and that's the one that had some of the emails back and forth.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's real interesting. So that one we'll go over at some other point. I just kind of wanted to look at the FBI report, because I don't think anyone's looked at it at this point, and there are some really interesting elements to it. So yeah, and I see we've also got law talk with Mike here.
Yeah.
So, and I see somebody talking about the first space crime, that being wire fraud. That's neat. But yeah, talking about the DNA stuff, 1 in a million, very strong support for inclusion. And I think here they got to just strong support. They said, it was somewhere around 1 in 100,000. The reason for that, for why that is because they're using sort of crappy DNA. They're using palm print DNA, basically, by swabbing the. They noted that they swabbed the grip, the textured grip of the revolver. So that's not as good as like we found this, this like a knife where we've got blood on it. And you might say, well, how is a knife with blood on it going to help you evaluate who the killer is? And that's actually because of a very common injury. So let's say you've got your knife and, you stab it into something. It's actually really common. I should hold this the right way. It's really common that people's hands slips. And there's this very characteristic cut that people get on their fingers because the knife slips over the blade. And so what you can get is like blood here, and then also a spot of blood on the base of that. That spot of blood on the base of that knife is going to be super interesting to any investigator, because they're going to say, I know how that happened. That happened because somebody, cut themselves on it. And we're looking for a suspect with a cut on their hand is kind of their, so that's always going to be really good DNA. That's going to be much better, better evaluation. We also have a toxicology report. And the positive findings on this toxicology report is none found. There were lots of people who were... I actually saw an article that talked about, they did a tox screen on this person, and I'm going, no shit.
Part of an autopsy? I would think they would, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and especially because part of the suit is going to be, like, part of this battle is going to be, well, maybe this cinematographer got shot because they were on drugs and wandered into a place they shouldn't be.
No.
Some lawyer might absolutely
be as the cinematographer behind the camera.
Yeah. So yeah, they do a test. They find nothing. There, you can actually see all the things that they test for that they didn't find.
All the good stuff. All the fun. Right there.
Woohoo! Diazepines, cannabinoids, cocaine metabolites, fentanyl, methadone, opiates, oxycodone.
Are strawberries on the list?
Yeah.
They did not test for oysters or sea cucumber. Zora's got some opinions.
I think we need to run that again, FBI. We need to check for strawberries.
They also test for isopropanol and methanol. Now, as well as acetone and ethanol. So acetone is, something somebody might be huffing. Ethanol is, of course, drinking alcohol. I think I've got some around here. Set it down.
Oh, nice.
Got myself some drinking alcohol here. But they also test like isopropanol and methanol. Some of my clients on occasion have been known to drink isopropanol, which is, rubbing alcohol.
Why?
Because they're getting real desperate for booze.
Okay.
This is at the point where, you're talking about people who are doing things like drinking mouthwash and hand sanitizer. So, that's real desperate. They checked to see if she was, if she was drinking rubbing alcohol. Was not. So, yeah, I saw one news article that was like, they did a post-mortem autopsy and they tested for all of these things. And I'm going,
yeah,
that doesn't mean that they thought she had any of those things in her system. It just means they do a standard screen, right? So, and I see somebody's asking here.
No. I saw it at the same time. Oh, no. By the way, this is why I keep giggling. People keep saying, like, somebody died, don't laugh. And I'm like, I'm reading comments oftentimes before he's reading. So it's you guys making me laugh. Stop it.
So the other thing,
people often use humor to deflect death. So
yeah, I mean, we're taking this very seriously. I'm the one over here, like, I want everyone charged with a crime. I'm like, this woman did not have to die. It's
just about every criminal lawyer has a seriously dark sense of humor, because you kind of need to in order to function. Because if you take all of this and you can't laugh sometimes, it destroys you. Like,
I don't know. I don't know
have
how.
to laugh about it to deflect it, to make it hurt less. So, manner of death, accident. I've seen a lot of people mentioning that as. I mean, nobody disagrees with this. Nobody's saying like Baldwin showed up and was like, screw you. You parked in my parking spot and took a shot at it. Like, everybody, but not all accidents are innocent accidents, right? If you're sitting there and you are, let's say I finish off my entire bottle of whiskey and
then go play with guns.
Then go on my bottle of moonshine.
Oh, gosh.
And then decide.
Who are you? Hunter S. Thompson at this point?
And then I'm just going to light a match and see if he explodes.
Let's say I finish off those things, and then I decide to go for a little drive down past the playground.
Oh, no. Do not do this.
It would say, hey, this is an accident, but it wouldn't be an accident where I would be innocent.
Mm-hmm.
It would be, somebody saying, yeah, that's a good point about these.
So that was going to go into an even darker place. So,
yeah, I know. He said playground. I'm like, shh.
Yeah.
Stop.
You guys have a terrible mind.
Hey, I'm with Kelly here.
Yes, this is not legal. Well, the legal advice is don't run over.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, that's real bad.
I'm the one who's supposed to be like, let me do all the things. Okay.
The fact that the prop master, Sarah, threw out a bunch of bullets shortly after the incident, then went through the entire box of blanks is super suspicious. Yeah, this is what often tends to be called, post-offense conduct that indicates consciousness of guilt. Yep. And I see too much laughing. Laughing is distracting. I will try to,
I say.
So, and I see somebody saying they're a Brit. They love the sense of humor. Well, thank you. All I heard was playground. I mean, that's just a place where children might run out into the street, which, not a good thing.
Into the van with the free candy.
Yes. There was a lot of directions that story could have gone. That's what we were getting.
It was not going to free candy. It was going to drunk person driving down the road.
Okay.
So pathological diagnoses. Gunshot wound of chest, and they list all of that. Right pneumothorax, which means lung puncture. Right hemothorax. Perforation of lower lobe of right lung. So there's blood in the lungs. There's all sorts of unpleasant thing. Exit left mid back. No projectile recovered. It actually was recovered, but it was recovered from an entirely different...
from the other guy. Yeah.
It was,
What is that last one? Leiomyomata? I don't know that word.
I don't know.
A tumor?
Probably. It says benign.
I'm just pulling that up.
I don't know yet.
It's a very common benign tumor. And so, unfortunately, that gets sort of reported. It's probably... from what I could find from looking it up, this is something that could be, something that, would have caused trouble but not related to this, or it could have been something she might not have even known about. So that's kind of the unfortunate thing about an autopsy is that when you die and get autopsied, it might reveal all sorts of things. So, yeah. I see cowboy action shooting use real ammo in their competition. Yes, because it's a shooting competition.
Yeah.
Manner should be negligence. The thing is that negligence is a legal conclusion. The FBI is going to say accident, and then it's up to a court to determine if that accident was negligent or not.
It should probably say homicide rather than accident, but...
Well, homicide implies intention. Usually these court things will differentiate between intentional and unintentional. So, yeah. So, and people say I have a dark sense of humor.
No.
This was not cancerous. This is benign. So, yeah. Hey, pup. I think that's Pup saying she wants out. So we'll do that in just a moment here. So narrative summary, fatally shot on a movie set at Bonanza Creek Ranch in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And arrived in Asistol, which I believe is no heartbeat. And despite medical attention, pronounced deceased about 15 minutes later. That would have been them trying to get Miss Hutchins to show some sign of life, and no luck.
Yeah.
So they talk a fair bit about the injuries here, and warning, these injuries are a little bit, sort of, they're serious. So I'll just note a little bit here. We know she got shot. We know there was an exit wound and all of that. We know it was fatal. They talk about the absence of visible soot on the clothing, and the entrance wound is most consistent with a distant range of fire. Visible soot is if you are close up. When a gun is fired, it actually sends out a sort of a spatter of still burning powder, of burnt powder, and that will land on people. So you can actually tell if something is fired from close up. There's also specific patterns you'll get if it was fired from like right on surface. So they're saying it was fired from a distance. Direction of wounding is front to back, right to left, and downwards. Downwards is not unexpected, when somebody is sort of crouching.
So back and to the left, back and to the
No.
left.
Oh, God.
No, don't you start. Oh, no.
So, no significant natural disease findings. Toxicology was negative for alcohol and common drugs of abuse. So, yeah. Review of case suggested that the firearm was loaded by the armor, handed to the assistant director, and then subsequently handed to the actor on set. Now, I've heard different things about this, so it's interesting that that's what the FBI report has. My understanding was that the armor was not. Yeah. So the actor reportedly, and why the hell would the armor be loading this at all if this is for a rehearsal? Like, no sense whatsoever. The actor reportedly raised the firearm toward the camera as part of the rehearsal, which subsequently discharged and struck Miss Hutchins, as well as the director, who was reportedly standing behind Miss Hutchins, and later recovered from the director at hospital. So, because of damage to the bullet, they couldn't be compared to the firearm, but everyone knew where it came from because they had only lots of witnesses, and they determined that it had been fired in the examined revolver. Gunshot death caused by gunshot wound to the chest. No compelling demonstration that the firearm was intentionally loaded with live ammunition on set, which again, accidents. And I see somebody saying that Baldwin said they wanted to know if the dummy rounds could be seen in the shot. Again, I think, yeah. And based on all available information, including the absence of obvious intent to cause harm or death, the matter of death is best classified as accident. All right. That is the report. I'm going to let you guys chat for just a moment. Zora needs to have a moment. I'll be back to have some further commentary on things like fanning. So be right back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Well, I mean, this just goes to show what we all kind of knew a year ago. At this, how long has it been? It's been a hot minute.
While,
it feels like a year ago. But we all knew that Baldwin pulled the trigger. There was no reason at all to think it was mechanically unsound. But now the FBI, having taken it apart and dissected it every possible which way, proves what we already knew. The gun was in perfect, ordinary working order, as you would expect. And as they said, like the gun is not coming off of quarter cocked or half cocked. It is not coming off of any sort of cocked without depression of the trigger. And so, like, yeah, his finger pulled that trigger, whatever he was trying to do, or fan it or whatever, he pulled that trigger. And so, the gun is completely mechanically sound. And he had, the gun is in his hand. He has some obligations there. He was engaging. There was no reason for him to pull the trigger as part of the scene. I think they were doing blocking work. Yeah. Which with the camera placement. So maybe so they wanted to have the dummy rounds in there to be able to, get the focus exactly just so. Okay, fine. But there's no reason for him to pull the trigger in order for that to see that, right? And it doesn't make any sense. And he has obligations. So I still think you're looking at involuntary manslaughter, and the charges don't necessarily stop with him. You are looking at charges to the extent that the assistant director was prohibiting and inhibiting the armorer from doing their job, for preventing them from being there. Like you are actively preventing the person who's supposed to be there in order to supervise this, so this doesn't happen. That's some reckless behavior from the assistant director, and potentially others as well. Yeah. And because as you pointed out earlier, it was a very astute observation because of all the problems they had on set, with people walking off the set, with all kinds of issues they had. There was an overall climate of problems that were creating knowledge in the producers' heads and the directors' heads that were not being specifically attenuated. And so now you're looking at potential liability for director and for the producers for allowing this increasingly reckless situation to continue to maturate into what ultimately develops. And so there's liability potentially a lot of different ways here.
Yeah.
And, whether or not they charge involuntary manslaughter or if there's anything lesser, just like some sort of lesser wrongful death or whatever, there does seem to be some criminal exposure here. And hopefully it leads to something good in the end.
Yeah, I mean, this is it reminds me a little bit of the hot coffee case because, where you have the hot coffee, where McDonald's had known that they had burned people repeatedly prior.
With the memos and this is the scalding hot and this is a bad plan memos. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's make it hotter.
Yeah. Is there any way we could burn more people? So,
previous burnings, that's right.
Yeah. I'm still stuck on this, though. I'm just seeing this line, though, that it was not intentionally loaded with live ammunition. I know she didn't purposely put a bullet in the gun, but she's the person who's supposed to know the difference. And so the not intentional, like she obviously intentionally loaded the weapon. The issue is that she was clearly either just not paying attention in a rush, I don't know, to go with the lives instead, the bullets instead of the blanks or the dummies. It's just baffling to me. Like,
yeah, and I see there's some people who are not sort of familiar, or somebody saying she should never won the McDonald's hot coffee case. She absolutely should have. It was really clear. And McDonald's has done a lot of PR to essentially try to erase that.
Yeah, I think you were asking earlier what was one of the most misunderstood cases, and I think the McDonald's coffee case is the most misknown because McDonald's was doing some really shady shit. And, they deserved everything they got.
Florida.
See, why is a medical examiner commenting on intent? I mean, they're having to make a conclusion on, homicide versus accident. And so, they're entitled to make that opinion, right? So, Micah, I believe it is. Good morning. Good morning. Sorry, I just can't get into Salmiak, though. I see the Swedish. It's a bit sad that it takes a tragedy like this to encourage an industry-wide standard to be mandated on safety protocols. The thing is that there were already the safety protocols, right? Mm-hmm. All of these things are well known within the industry. They were just deviating from all of the. They were just deviating from all of these protocols. They were not following any of them.
Yep.
And that's
keeping the armor out of the room has got to be the single stupidest thing in the panoply of stupid. It's like the person is there; they've got to be there.
So the other thing that he was talking about, and I said I'd get to this, is he was talking about how he was, and I need my. What? I may end up keeping this drill just because it's really useful as something that is obviously not a gun.
No, I'm getting one myself. I don't care how bad a drill it is. I want one in my life.
Oh, gosh.
So he was saying that he was fanning it. And so fanning is you want to fire the gun rapidly, but you're dealing with a single action gun. Mm-hmm. So a single action gun, what that means is that when you pull the trigger, it does one thing, single action. And so the comparison on that is a double action firearm, which when you pull the trigger does two things. Now, the two separate things are pulls the hammer back and then drops the hammer. So double action, if the hammer is forward, when you pull the trigger, it draws the hammer back, and then it drops it. So that allows for relatively rapid firing, and most firearms are double action. You know, but the Colt is an old gun, so it's a single action firearm. And so you have to manually draw the hammer back, and then you pull the trigger to drop it.
Mm-hmm.
This creates a problem if you're looking at putting a lot, if you're looking at firing this fast. So the solution to that is to fan it. Now, the thing is that
all you have to do at that point is be Jerry Michalak, and then you can fire all 6 rounds, reload it, and fire those 6 without anyone noticing that any of that happened.
Oh, I'm halfway convinced that guy's a wizard and is just using magic to convince us that he's scary good. But if you hold the trigger down, and I'm just going to set this so it doesn't make noise, but if you can see I'm holding the trigger down, when you pull the hammer back, it will drop and it'll fire. And whereas the other, what happens if you are not holding the trigger down? If you've got your finger off the trigger and you pull the hammer back, it just locks back. Like, that is the standard for how you would get this ready to fire. So when he says he's fanning it, the way you fan it is that you put your finger on the trigger, you pull the trigger, and then you work the hammer. That is how fanning happens. So when he gives this interview saying I was fanning the gun, I'm like, that's basically just an admission that you were intentionally firing it, right? Because fanning is a means of firing a gun. The other thing,
I was just gonna say, do you guys suppose that his lawyer was like literally just screaming, like, shut up.
I just got a new inspiration for a new OnlyFans channel. It's all single action fanning.
Ooh.
I mean, shots of people doing fanning shots. Compilations.
When you said an inspiration for a new OnlyFans channel, I was actually kind of thinking that you were going to say that Baldwin should open up one that just is a compilation of his interviews, and it's old man who fucks himself on camera for.
That's actually a good joke too. I should have thought of that one too. Oh well, it's late. Maybe next time.
Oh no.
So Catherine Rourke is saying, didn't the props person say she felt overwhelmed doing 2 jobs on set? Yes. Was she still learning the job? She'd done this once before.
Yeah.
And she's the kid of a very famous, film armorer. But she also brags that she learned nothing from him, which is a weird thing to brag about, right? Because, I'm sorry, if I was an actor and I was hanging out with, I don't know, Judi Dench, I would not be bragging, oh yeah, I spent a bunch of time with, Judi Dench and I learned nothing about acting from her. Like, no, you do the other thing. So yeah. And do I think Alec Baldwin will get jail time? I think he's right that he's not going to get charged. I don't, I think that is.
He probably is right.
The other thing I will note is if you are careless with the firearm, because again, part of the whole firearm handling thing is you keep your finger away from the trigger until you are ready to fire. But if you are not, if that's not you, if he's being careless and he has his finger on the trigger, when you pull back the hammer actually requires more force to pull back than the trigger does to pull on that particular firearm.
Yes, it sure does.
And when you do this, your hand is all kind of wired together and it's really hard sometimes to just move. It's challenging to move one finger at a time. We actually tend to sort of form a grip. And so it's actually really easy when you're pulling the hammer back to inadvertently put your pull the trigger. Just that little, it's like a millimeter that it takes. It's a really short distance. For you Americans, think less than 1/8 of an inch, more like a 16th of an inch. So it's really I was playing around with this thing, and I found that if I put my finger on the trigger intentionally, because I'm, I've cleared it as empty, I'm at a range, and I pull the hammer back, I found it was really easy to get to the point where it was going to fire as soon as I dropped the hammer, if I was acting in that careless fashion. So that, I suspect, is what probably happened. Is I suspect he was probably just being really, really careless about that. And yeah. So saying she learned nothing from Thel Reed is probably the nicest thing she's ever done for her father at this point.
Oh.
Fair point.
Yeah.
I will say, if I was her dad and I heard that she was saying, well, there was this fatality on this set where there was this series of things, but I did everything the way my dad would have. If I was her dad, I probably would be like, you know what? I'm taking my belt off and I'm starting driving. This kid has a lot to do. So yeah. But if any, oh sorry, a bit off topic. But if anyone's going to start an OnlyFans account, I think it could be Amber Heard.
Wishing
No.
so.
The thing is, she won't. And you know what? I got respect for the people who are out there, with a hustle on, on OnlyFans and so forth. They're putting serious work into things. I don't think Amber Heard's got I don't think she's got.
You don't think she has the work discipline for it? That's an interesting comment.
I mean, I think she
wrong.
probably has some success for fame, just because of her name recognition. But like, if Amber Heard wasn't Amber Heard, wasn't that everyone knew, knew her name, and she just started up an OnlyFans, I don't think she'd have the work discipline. I don't think she'd have. So yeah. Is it just me, or does Alec Baldwin seem not very remorseful? I mean, he's given interviews where he says, how sad he is that this happened and how it's taken years off his life.
Let's see how much money he gives the family then.
Who else it's taken years off their life?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like,
that's my thing. If he doesn't get charged, look, I can understand, you don't want to look guilty, so you don't want to give them a pile of money just yet, whatever. But if he doesn't get charged with a crime, he better turn around and offer a couple, tens of millions. I'd say 10 million at least.
Oh yeah, I mean the civil liability is a slam dunk. It's just trying to figure out who's paying. I assume they're all indemnified out the ass, so some insurance company is going to pay somewhere.
Yeah, I mean,
but if he truly was, remote, because if that had been me, I would feel so terrible if I had his money. I'd give some to that family.
Well, and I certainly would not be doing interviews talking about how much it sucks to be me right now. Oh, come on.
That's why I say I think he's doing enough damage to his career on his own. The more he keeps talking, like he's got that magical skill happening right now.
There's so many people involved in this who should never be working again. The armor. I'm sorry, you should not be an armor ever again.
She won't. Don't worry. She gone.
The assistant director should never be. The director probably because if he's the director and he was okay with what was going on, I don't care if he caught the bullet after it passed through.
Yeah.
Get off of a film set. You have no business being there. And Baldwin should if Baldwin never works another movie, it's deserved. So,
well, I'll tell you this. I'm not signing up to co-star with him in a movie where there's guns on the set. And I need a job. I'm going to be like, oh, you know what, you guys? I think I'm booked. Sorry.
Yeah, you know what? Baldwin, you could totally, you can be armed with silly string. That can of silly string is about your level. And I mean, the thing is, when people are, I see somebody saying, isn't he now blaming Trump for it?
It wouldn't surprise me.
But it wouldn't surprise me.
I'm not sure how this is Trump's fault, but someone will figure it out.
And the thing is that a lot of people have been saying, who is responsible, as if it's just one person. And the thing is that there's lots of people who are responsible here. there's so many people who are responsible, and so many people who are potentially, not just civilly liable, because civil liability has, joint and several liability, which is, you get a chunk of it and you could potentially be on the hook. I don't know if that's the law where they are or how that works, but
probably because they're all part of it, basically a joint common enterprise. That would be my assumption.
That's my assumption, but I don't know civil law from the jurisdiction. So, but I mean, all of these people have screwed up in ways that I think should have them at least financially on the hook. And several of the people I think have screwed up in ways that I think could put them criminally on the hook if there was an appetite to pursue them. That includes potentially the armorer. That includes potentially the the assistant director. That includes potentially Baldwin himself. And yeah. So it's and I see, some people saying, oh, well, the armor was being sort of worked around. I mean, I'll just note this is from the OHSB report. And this is a direct quote. We've now had 3 accidental discharges. This is super unsafe.
Who said that?
That was Lane Looper, first assistant camera.
Ooh, good camera. Good on camera.
And I'm going, you've had 3?
Yeah, really, I was having the same thought, Runkle.
The proper number of accidental discharges on a film set is 0. Like,
I can say there was 1 on mine, and it was in the armorer's hand when it happened. And it's a blank, so obviously. And so if it's going to happen, that's the person it happens to. And he used it as a teachable moment to say, you know what I did? Don't do that. But if it's ever going to happen, it better be in the armorer's hand.
And like, 1 is something of just like, let's have a figure out what the heck happened.
Mm-hmm.
If you get to 3, situations, like 3 accidental discharges on a set, you should be...
Somebody better be fired.
Oh, you should be tearing everything down. And we see this. No, you had 1 accidental discharge. The rest were recklessly negligent. Yeah, once you're past 1 and you haven't like done some reassessment on that, then yeah. 1 was Sarah, the props master, who just about shot herself in the foot loading Alex's gun.
Why was she loading?
Why was she loading a gun?
See,
it's so bizarre. And what is it? Pants is saying, tell them the 2 loudest noises on the range adage. And so this is sort of something that you'll hear at gun ranges, and it's a really good, good thing to think in mind. The 2 loudest noises on a gun range, 1 is a click when you expected a bang, and the other is a bang when you expected a click.
Ah, clever.
And yeah, it's and I see 1 was a stunt double when Hannah had gone to the bathroom. Why was anyone handling firearms while the armorer is in the can? Like, oh.
And you know what? I'm actually surprised because stunt people are usually, that's who I'm surprised didn't stop everything and call somebody and shut that shit down, because they are usually like, these are the people whose lives are pretty regularly at risk. Or at the very least, they're often injured, right? That's part of their gig. They know, whether it's a minor injury or something a little more serious. So they're usually pretty stern when it comes to their safety. So I would love to know if that guy cussed her out. At the very least. At the very least.
Yeah, it's
all the stunt people I know would have had words. They'd have been like,
yeah, it's just bizarre on all of this. It's
I didn't know about this prop one though.
Well, and they're talking about all the safety, like the OHSB thing. You know what? Let's go through that while we're here. I will just pull that up and we'll
Yeah,
go
so
through
far
that one as
I only
well.
got bits and pieces of this one.
I've got all the good stuff.
Will you share that one? Because that one I'll read.
I can absolutely share that one with you. We'll just have a look at it here as we go. So, State of New Mexico, OHSB, summary of investigation, inspection. And this you can just find online. Like, this is just a public document. This isn't me having some sort of secret sauce or anything like that. But yes, they do some investigation here. So Bonanza Creek Ranch, located in Santa Fe County, New Mexico, hosts locations utilized by movie and television productions for over 70 years, including an entire Old West town with a saloon, jail, chapel, and other Western staples. And so this place is basically just a giant film set.
Yeah.
For Westerns. That's what they do. That's how they make their money, is they rent this place out and so forth. On Friday, October 22nd, 2021, I attempted to inspect the site, Bonanza Creek Ranch. When I arrived at the site, the 3 security guards present attempted to contact a representative of Rust by phone to confirm I would be allowed on site. The company representative informed me that I would be allowed entry, but not be allowed to take pictures or conduct interviews until a warrant was acquired. After being denied the ability to inspect the site by the sheriff's office and the company, I left. That is not great. On October 24th, 2021, following the sheriff's office releasing the site, Rust granted NMED access to inspect the site without a warrant. Okay, cool. Monday, October 25th, I conducted an opening conference and walk around to the work site, including the chapel. The chapel is where the fatal shooting happened. And somebody's saying I need to watch the interviews, interrogations. I've watched them. I went through the Baldwin one on a stream. I will go through the other ones later. But yes.
Don't we need to mention, though, that people lie? Like,
oh, yes, absolutely. People lie.
So there's what they say happened, and then there's what happened. Like,
yeah. I think I need to go to sleep now because I have turned into a pumpkin.
Oh, fair enough. Well, it was good having you on, and have a good sleep. And yeah,
I will see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Cheers. All right. So, yeah. Also present was Jessica Hoffman, field representative of the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, IATSE Union.
Got an
As a low-budget contract film, not all employees were union members. However, all employees were covered by a collective bargaining agreement with IATSE. So IATSE was actually providing some coverage. That's interesting. So,
shall I check the IATSE rule book?
I'm guessing, yeah, lots of things there were broken there.
Yeah.
All right. So during the discussion, I explained that a citation relating to safety. So they did some interviews, and this is a closing conference. And so during the closing conference, they explained that a citation relating to safety practices on the use of firearms may be issued, and that abatement for such a citation would require an effective firearm safety program, which could include implementing and building upon the industry-wide Labor Management Safety Committee's Safety Bullet number 1, recommendation for safety with firearms and use of blank ammunition. All right, findings. So the firearm involved in the accident is a modern replica, which is not a replica. It is a reproduction of a Colt 45 caliber revolver, long Colt in style. This is incoherent. This is not a gun person talking about things. So this is, yeah. So this may be dumb, but how could he not get charged? Because he's famous and powerful. In film, firearms are typically controlled by the props department. No, with the individual responsible for handling firearms and ammunition titled armorer or weapons handler. No, they're handled by the armorer.
I just pulled up the IATSE thing right over here, and oh gosh, okay, that's hilarious.
The armorer for this film was Hannah Gutierrez Reed, and her immediate supervisor was Sarah Zachary, the props master or property master. Nicole Montoya, props assistant, provided support to Zachary and Gutierrez Reed. The Rust props department was small, and for administrative purposes was placed under the art department, headed by Brian Norvell, who provided support for prop but rarely worked with Zachary or Gutierrez Reed. So there's always going to be Part of this is also going to be Hollywood accounting, because Hollywood accounting gets fun.
Yeah, that's true.
So Ryan Smith, producer, was identified as overseeing the overall production. Management representative for Rust was Gabrielle Pickle. I think that's pronounced Pickle and not Pickles. The line producer, who directly interviewed individuals and crews, no relation, I'm sure, because it's spelled differently, approved hours worked, and had authority to counsel or discipline employees in any department. Her immediate subordinates knew Catherine Rowe Walters, unit production manager, who shared similar authority. Also on the management team was Dave Halls, first assistant director and safety coordinator. Good job. Good job, sir. Who was the set manager and responsible for general workplace safety, who was peer and authority to Gabrielle Pickle and Roe Walters. He's also the guy who handed the gun to Baldwin, and yeah, we all know how that worked out.
Mm-hmm.
Alec Baldwin, actor and producer, and Joel Souza, director, negotiated with various producers to help create and fund the Rust project. Alec Baldwin's authority on the set included approving script changes and actor candidates. Alec Baldwin handled the revolver and fired the round that struck and injured Helena Hutchins and Joel Souza. Well, killed Helena Hutchins and injured Joel Souza. Let's be clear.
Mm-hmm.
Translation, we gave the props assistant and armorer titles since we aren't using Screen Actors Guild actors and we don't want to be shut down.
No. They're using SAG. And actually...
we are using SAG actors, yes.
Runkle,
and we don't...
believe it or not, the IATSE actually does say the property master, or in his/her absence, the weapons handler and or other appropriate personnel determined by the locality or the needs of the production will be the individual acting in the interest of the producer for obtaining, maintaining, and handling all firearms for the production. I think we found the problem, Bob.
Yeah. So, and Christina, thank you for mentioning the family and their sorrow. A cash settlement would be appropriate. I am certain that family is going to get paid at the end of all of this.
Oh, they better. I'll start a GoFundMe if they don't. And then I will be like, we will all troll Alec Baldwin till the end of time.
So they're talking about Hannah Gutierrez-Reed and where she reports, due to the nature of her position as the sole armorer for Rust, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed regularly corresponded with Gabrielle Pickle directly via text messages and emails. Her armor duties included demonstrating that a firearm was hot or cold or hot with Dave Halls. Dave Halls should have had no involvement in this. Dave Halls was also responsible for identifying and correcting hazardous conditions related to firearm safety. That should also be the armorer's job. As armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed was responsible for storage, maintenance, and handling of the firearms and ammunition on set, and for training members of the cast who would be handling firearms, including Baldwin. Mm-hmm. In accordance with Rust safety procedures and industry-recognized safety practice, the armorer is required to be present whenever firearms are being handled and should have the authority to determine whether an individual requires additional safety training. Like, hey, Baldwin, maybe you're not ready for this because you're going to kill somebody. However, Rust also required Hannah Gutierrez-Reed to provide the role of props assistant to Sarah Zachary when firearms were not in active use, which is not how this should go.
Yeah, that's key.
And somebody's saying, don't check out Hannah's old TikToks if you don't want to get mad. I haven't looked at them.
I already read one story, one interview that she did, like way back in the beginning of this. Somebody found it, and that was enough for me. But yeah, if you really want to get mad, look at her TikTok.
What did she say?
Oh, do you want me to see?
Her TikTok has probably been scrubbed, hasn't it?
I don't know. You want me to see if I can find it?
Oh God.
You keep reading. I'll see if I can find it.
All right. So in an email conversation that occurred on October 10th, Gabrielle Pickle informed Gutierrez-Reed that she was allowed 8 paid days at the armorer's rate in her contract to perform armorer tasks, and the rest of her time was to be spent as a props assistant. What the fuck? Rust ordered ammunition with the intent to receive blank and dummy rounds from PDQ Arm and Props located in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The property master stated that Rust did not intend to have live rounds on the set because you would never want live rounds on the set. Like never, ever, ever, no reason, zero. Live rounds may be distinguishable from dummy rounds by either a small hole in the brass cartridge, indicating that there's no powder, by a missing or dimpled primer at the bottom of the cartridge, or by shaking the round and hearing the distinct clatter of a BB within. Unless a round is removed from a storage box or firearm and inspected, it can't be verified as a dummy round. And of course, that is why you actually do that. So on October 14th, 2021, Gabrielle Pickle emailed Hannah Gutierrez-Reed addressing armor and key assistance props duties and stating, "It has been brought to my attention that you are focusing far more on armor and not supporting props as needed." Which, no shit.
Yeah.
It's like telling a surgeon, it sounds to me like you're doing too many surgeries and not cleaning enough toilets.
Yeah.
In the same email, Ms. Pickle informed Ms. Gutierrez-Reed that the production and AD team have seen twice that there was a shotgun left unattended after a scene. Well, why are you giving her shit about not doing enough armor or about doing too much armor? You know, this is the whole thing that we're trying to, trying to deal with there.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And Sarah Walk, I see the super chat. We just got personalities. That's how we are. So sorry, not going to be for everybody, but that is life. All right, keeping on as we go here. Miss Pickle went on to state that she needed some type of check-in and out system put in place immediately. Yes, the check-in and check-out system should be the armorer always has the gun. Like, there should never be a system for, like, I'm checking out the gun and some other person has it. There should not be any check-in or check-out system. It should just be the armorer has the guns. Always. Ms. Gutierrez-Reed responded by email the same day stating that the armorer job was a very serious job, no shit. And since we started, I've had a lot of days where my job should only be to focus on the guns and everyone's safety. Fair. Ms. Gutierrez-Reed later stated in the same email, there are working guns on set every day, and those are ultimately going to be a priority, because when they're not, that's when dangerous mistakes can happen. Foreshadowing. So, yeah. Foreshadowing on that in such a huge way. And I see this case is the worst. I have friends who worked with and knew Helena Hutchins. The whole set holds responsibility for her death, and watching them try to point at each other is enraging. Mm-hmm. Yeah, nobody's taking any responsibility. Everyone's saying it's all somebody else's fault. So, all right. On October 16th, 2021, there were 2 firearms misfires on the Rust set. What the... In the first instance, Sarah Zachary inadvertently fired a blank round as she finished loading a .45 caliber revolver that was aimed at the ground. To return the hammer to the closed position and make the firearm safe, the operator must hold the hammer and depress the trigger. Correct. This is a bit of a dangerous procedure, guiding the hammer to the closed position deliberately. In the case of the first misfire, the hammer slipped from Ms. Zachary's thumb or fingers, likely resulting in the firing pin on the hammer striking the primer, which ignited the powder, firing the blank round. Okay, this is the kind of thing that could... this is the kind of thing that can happen, right? Mm-hmm. And this the blank... she slips as she's doing, and this is the unloading procedure on this. Most of the, I've got a SIG P226. It's got a decocking lever. We push that, and it lowers the hammer without letting it fire. Fantastic. The single action army doesn't have that, and so the way you decock it is you hold the hammer, you pull the trigger, and then you very gently rock it forward so that it doesn't impact with sufficient force to go bang. Mm-hmm. So yeah, so she slips. Okay, fine, that could happen. Second misfire on October 16th, 2021 involved Blake's Texera stunt double for Alec Baldwin and a lever action rifle of unknown make and model. It is not known how the misfire happened, as according to some statements he was alone in the cabin, and others state he was not alone.
Okay.
Why is this guy alone with a gun? Like, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed stated that Blake Texera's only comment was, "It just went off." Hannah Gutierrez-Reed described it as rifle fired by being placed on the ground too roughly. You don't just probable at this point. This is a point where you stop and go, what the fuck? Because if he's alone in a cabin with a rifle that is loaded with a blank, what the fuck?
He shouldn't have had that on him if he wasn't filming.
Yeah. It should have been unloaded and with the armor.
The armor. Oh, God. This is, we're both just now face palming. Now, you guys didn't like our laughter? How about this?
Yeah. On October 17th, 2021, Hannah Gutierrez Reed sent a message to Gabrielle Pickles stating, "Hey, we're on day 8 of Armor Days, so if there's gunfire after this, you may want to talk to the producers." Ms. Pickle replied, "No, there should be no if there's gunfire after this. It should be, I'm out of Armor Days, so the guns are leaving."
Yeah.
Guns go bye-bye. You either have more Armor Days or you got no guns. Ms. Pickle replied the same day that there'd be no more trading days. Ms. Gutierrez Reed then asked to clarify training days. Ms. Pickle responded, like training Alec and such. So, no, they put a ban on training.
There's Alex out, sadly.
This is the point where you walk. Mm-hmm. Like, she should be like, I can't train people who I think need training. We're done here. Me and the guns are fucking right off to not here. Sorry, I'm swearing a bit more than usual, but I am salty. On October 20th, 2021, Lane Looper, first assistant camera, resigned, citing safety concerns, among other issues, and stated in an email to Roe Walters, "During the filming of gunfights on this job, things are often played very fast and loose. So far, there have been 2 accidental weapons discharges and 1 accidental sound effects explosive or special effects explosive that have gone off around the crew between takes." What the hell? Mr. Looper went on to state, "To be clear, there are no safety meetings these days. There have been no explanations to what to expect for these shots."
I want to know about the explosion.
I see she did not own the guns and did not have the ability to take them. She's the armorer. She's the only she's necessary for them to run this. So,
that sounds like maybe another loophole that they were.
I don't know.
I can't wait till, I'm guessing the civil suits are where you're going to get to see the contracts.
Yeah.
Because that's what I want to see right now.
See, nope. Yeah, that's exactly it. All right. On October 21, Dave Halls handed the .45 caliber Colt revolver loaded with what he assumed were dummy rounds. Yeah, he assumed a woman to death, to Alec Baldwin. Mr. Baldwin aimed the revolver towards Helena Hutchins and Joel Souza, and a projectile was fired, striking she shot them. Or he shot them, rather. So, conclusions. All right, so we've got the summary of what happened. Let's see what they determined. As a result of the inspection, they determined that Rust was responsible for a serious violation of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. While no specific state or federal standards exist for firearms used in the film industry, it is clear that both the employer and the film industry recognize the hazard associated with the use of firearms on movie sets and the potential for serious injuries to employees. Yes, like somebody getting shot.
So did you catch that line, though? There's no specific state or federal OSHA standards that exist for firearms used in the film industry. Christina's going to say, maybe we should change that.
Yep. And I see Baldwin's father was a firearm instructor. There's no way he can claim ignorance. I'm sure that he was very resistant to learning. His dumb act about guns makes no sense considering his upbringing. It also makes no sense given that when he's in the police interview, he alternately says, "I don't know anything about guns. I'm just a naive country boy." And then goes, "But let me explain to you in detail the guns."
Yeah.
I'm like, you can't have that both ways.
Yeah. Oh no, I never said he doesn't know anything. I just said that line. He can use that they said no more training days. He can use that. The producer said. Yeah.
No training, that is Alec Baldwin off the hook as an actor. I disagree. At least in Canada, that would not be a defense. That would not be a defense here in Canada. Because here in Canada, it would be, you don't have enough training? Tough shit,
Yeah.
you don't touch the gun. That is the rule. You cannot use "I was too ignorant to handle a gun safely" as a defense here in Canada. There is a minimum standard that every gun owner, or not just gun owner, but anyone who handles a gun is held to. There might be some exceptions to that, and that exception might be, for instance, let's say if you found a gun somewhere, like, you're a school teacher, you found a gun on the playground, you need to secure this gun right away and make sure no one, handles it, and you pick it up and it goes off because you don't know what you're doing. There might be an exception in a situation like that where there's an emergency and you're sort of responding to it. The standard of care might be lower, but you just can't say "I'm too ignorant" normally.
Yeah.
And I'm not even sure about the school teacher thing, because the school teacher, they might say you should have just cordoned the area off and called the cops to deal with it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
KVB Studios is asking a good one, like, how do I feel about requiring a federal firearms license for armorers, ammunitions makers, and pyrotechnics? That would make me feel a hell of a lot safer doing my job.
And I mean, here in Canada, you do need a federal license for an armorer company. I've got a federal license to do pyrotechnics and fireworks.
Ooh.
So
you can come to California and maybe play. Well, people play with them all the time, but
don't apologize for your colorful language. We love it. Oh, well, thank you. I feel like I owe some money to the swear jar. So carrying on here, they say, further, Rust demonstrated plain indifference to the safety of employees by ignoring recognized hazards inherent to the use of firearms and ammunition, by failing to take appropriate corrective or investigative actions after 2 firearms-related incidents occurred on October 16, 2021, and after employees notified management that they did not feel safe with how weapons were being handled on set. Rust failed to follow company safety procedures, which likely would have prevented the accident from occurring. That is devastating. So I see here, Class 3 for firearms and pyrotechnics, Class 6 for ammunitions manufacturer is my vote. And I see, for everyone's general knowledge, don't touch a gun if it's not yours, but if you need to, never point a gun at anyone unless you plan on killing them. Guns shoot. Yes. If you find a gun on the street and it's, just you're sitting there going, somebody's got to deal with this, don't touch it. Call the cops. Like, keep people away from it.
Especially because it might be a murder weapon.
Yeah, it might be something that you don't want your prints on, like some sort of idiot, putting your prints on a potential murder weapon. But the other thing is, you don't know what state this gun is. You don't know if it's loaded or unloaded. You don't know if it's, defective and might go off if you touch it the wrong way.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah.
Do I need to bring in mine from my murder chat? Never touch anything at a crime scene.
Yeah. Is Baldwin out on bail? Baldwin hasn't been charged.
Nobody's been charged.
On bail. Somebody says, what kind of gun on the street, though? This is not relevant. You're not going to get to keep it. All right. So carrying on here, they did not ensure their own safety procedures taken from film industry safety bulletins issued by the Labor Management Safety Committee were followed at the work site. According to the General Safe Practices document provided by Rust, the following safety bulletins were taken into consideration, and they list a bunch of them. Additionally, on January 7th, 2022, the Rust attorneys informed NMED that the safety bulletins used on set included recommendations about blank ammunition. So they failed to follow it in the following ways. Page 1, the property master or armorer will work in conjunction with the production's designated safety representative to ensure that the following standards are adhered to.
I feel like they just copy-pasted the whole manual, but let's see.
There's a lot of it in here. Not enforced by Rust safety managers or supervisors, including but not limited to Sarah Zachary, the property master, and Dave Halls, the safety coordinator, who get called out specifically, which is lovely. Live ammunition is never to be used nor brought onto any studio lot or stage. Failure to implement. Rust did not develop a process to ensure live rounds were not brought onto set, including failing to afford the armor time to thoroughly inventory ammunition. Because, of course, if she'd had proper time, and, of course, her not having proper time is not a defense, because her remedy for that is not, we do it, not just screw it, we do it live. It's you walk. So, and yeah, she should have gone through and checked every round and said, every round's got to be not something that's going to kill people. Bulletin 1, page 1. So we're still on page 1 of their bulletin. We'll see if we get. I don't even know if it's a multi-page bulletin or what, but before any use of a firearm in a rehearsal and/or on-camera sequence or off-camera use, all persons involved must be thoroughly briefed at an on-site safety meeting where the firearms will be used. This meeting shall include an on-site walkthrough and/or dry run with the property master or designated production representative and anyone that will be using and/or handling the firearm. Fair to implement. Employees stated that while safety meetings took place, they were not conducted each day firearms were used on set, and often any mention about firearms was brief and not specific. So I'm guessing these safety meetings were something like, heads up, guys, we got some guns on stage, and we're going to be using them, so be careful.
Yeah.
Like, this is another place where people should just be, And I see a great analogy here. I'm just going to call this out. Abigail, great analogy. I'm too ignorant to be responsible for this. Would not be it's not my fault I ran over those school kids. I don't even have a license for this car. I don't even have a driver's license. It's like, that's not better.
Yeah.
It's not better.
Oh.
So, yeah. All right, carrying on. Still on page 1. No one shall be issued a firearm until he or she is trained in safe handling, safe use, the safety lock, and proper firing procedures. If there are any questions as to the competency of the person who will use the firearm, I feel like there are questions. The property master or shall determine if additional training is required, and ensuring that a safe, sufficient amount of time has been allotted for training and rehearsal. Failure to implement. Gabrielle Pickle instructed Hannah Gutierrez-Rees on October 17th, 2021, no more trading days, which was training, would take place, like training Alec and such. Rust Management did not provide the armor or property master with the authority to determine if additional training was required in violation of Rust safety procedures. So, yes. That's what he's saying. Runkle is a D&D nerd. Now that I was not expecting. I've started a new channel. It is Roll of Law.
Oh.
Just so I can keep the D&D nerdery off of this channel, because otherwise things will get a little chaotic. But I am definitely a D&D nerd and various other forms of nerdery. So, yeah.
Fun.
So, page 1. Additionally, this bulletin should be attached to the call sheet. Each day firearms will be used. During OHSB's interview of Dave Halls, he referred to the safety bulletins between the unions, between the Screen Actors Guild and IATSE, which represents the technicians and Directors Guild of America. There are what we call safety memos, that describe the protocols. When asked if the safety memos were always attached to the call sheets, Halls responded, no, they were not on our call sheets. So, which the memo...
And you know what? I don't think I've ever seen them attached to my call sheets. Uh-oh.
Well, they should be. You should raise a stink. So
noted.
And Abigail, noting she was the first to come up with the roll pun. Props, because that is excellent. Roll of Law it's a great channel name. I can't claim any credit for it. I just sort of put a shout out for ideas, and yes.
Nice.
All right. Never lay a firearm down or leave it unattended. Unless actively filming or rehearsing, all firearms should be safely secured. Yes, if the gun isn't being used, it goes back in the, back being locked up. So, all right. Fair to implement. After instructing HGR to focus more on her props, assistant duties, and less on armor responsibilities, Gabrielle Pickle then informed Hannah Gutierrez-Rees the production and AD team have twice seen there was a shotgun left unattended after a scene. We need all weapons to be in your control anytime they are used. Hannah Gutierrez-Rees explained conducting her armorer duties and props assistant duties created a gap where actors or stuntmen put down a firearm and step away, leaving it unattended. Hannah informed Gabrielle that it would slow production down terribly if we had to check them back in between scenes, which you just do it. Like, that is what you do. So, and somebody I just see here saying, oh God, the rules lawyering is bad with normies. Imagine actual lawyers. We actually don't argue rules as much. I've played in groups, D&D groups with lawyers on several occasions. We do less of that than you would think, believe it or not.
That's funny. This right here, I want to strangle her.
So, yeah, and when I'm forced to do both, that's when mistakes get made, like the shotgun being unattended. Oh, this is the point where
which is more important, girl? Use your brain.
Gabrielle Pickle instructed Hannah Gutierrez-Reed to develop a check-in-out system for weapons, but did not follow up to ensure weapons were secured and ignored Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's concerns about not being provided adequate time to perform armorer duties. Oh my God. So still on page 2. We're on page 2 now.
The one I have in front of me is 4 pages, so let's see.
Refrain from pointing a firearm at anyone. If it is absolutely necessary to do so on camera, consult the property master or armorer or other safety representative, such as the first AD/stage mentor. Remember that any object at which you point a firearm could be destroyed. An object includes person. So, yes. All right. Failure to implement. Lane Looper stated that many camera shots had the firearms pointed and firing at the camera. Helena Hutchins and Joel Souza were injured when a firearm was pointed in their direction, with Hutchins' injury resulting in death. Rust Management Representative Dave Halls was present prior to and at the time the firearm discharged a live round, severely injuring 2 crew members. As Rust's top-level management safety official, Mr. Halls did not consult with the property manager or armorer during or after the firearm was loaded, handed to the actor, and then pointed towards crew members in order to determine that pointing the firearm at persons was absolutely necessary. I should note here that a number of armorers that I talked to had mentioned that one of the things they will often do for this is the camera person lines up the shot, starts the recording, and then steps away. Because we're in the age of digital recordings, right? We're not recording on film now that costs thousands of dollars a second. You can just turn on the camera and leave it running for a while. So they just turn it on and step away, and then worst case scenario, you destroy a camera.
You shoot a camera, yeah. And you know what? It's actually
camera.
Yeah, it's actually even crazier than that. COVID came along and we got some interesting things there. I know a DP who said he was shooting commercials all throughout COVID from his house. They would live Wi-Fi the footage from set to him so that he wasn't even on set, and he's the DP. I don't know if there was a camera or if it was remote cameras or drones, but either way, I'm like, that tells you something. But yeah, you absolutely, especially just set up the shot and move. It's not hard.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't see how this was absolutely necessary. Yeah. So it is what it is. That's another sort of thing there. 11, firearms are to be loaded just before they are used in scene. Fair to implement. On the day Helena Hutchins and Joel Souza were shot, the firearm was loaded and handed to Alec Baldwin during an informal rehearsal and prior to filming that scene involving the firearm. This is, not part of the protocol. You don't rehearse with a loaded gun. Rust did not provide staff responsible for ensuring firearm safety with sufficient time to inspect ammunition received to ensure no live rounds were present. Gee, there's no way that could go wrong. And I see if rumors are true that they had been shooting live fire when not in production, and if they had a squib shot during live fire and the barrel wasn't cleared, a blank charge could result in the shooting. Yes, however, you could tell that it was a blank from the spent casing, and the FBI report would have noted that if that was the situation, because the blanks would have had a crimped end. So, all right. First misfire, which occurred on October 16th, presented a hazard to Sarah Zachary and any employees nearby. Rust failed to address the hazardous condition and reinforce adherence with their own protocols to protect workers. That one I'm less concerned about, although properly, maybe they should have had, like, there are things that you can get to unload into. Like if you were to go to the remand center here in Edmonton, there's this little weird looking red box. And what that's for is because police officers aren't allowed to take their guns into the remand center, right? Because you don't want a prisoner grabbing it. So, and that's at a higher risk in that sort of place. So they're required to lock up their gun and they're first required to unload it. And so the way that is done is they draw their gun, they put it into the tube, and then they go through the unloading process. And if it goes off while it's in the tube, then no biggie, right? It's designed to capture that. They could have had one of those. Those things aren't super expensive. All right.
I mean, this Sarah girl is just not qualified to be loading and unloading weapons. She's not an armor.
No.
So
Rust management, including Gabrielle Pickle and Roe Walters, ignored concerns of firearm misfires on set, according to statements taken by OHSB. Dave Halls, the safety coordinator, was present on set when the first accidental discharge occurred. Mr. Halls did not discuss the incident with staff, report the incident to Rust producers, review the incident as safety coordinator, ensure Sarah Zachary took appropriate actions with respect to safety protocol, or take any other corrective measures. What the?
Did he not even write it in the freaking report?
I'm guessing not. Nope.
Oh. Yeah, he's never working again.
According to employees interviewed, including Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, crew members verbally expressed their surprise and discomfort with Rust management's lack of action regarding the worksite safety issue. And in fact, what we know is that some of them walked off site. Like they left.
That's how you do it.
They initiated no investigative action for the second firearm misfire on October 16th, 2021, beyond Hannah Gutierrez-Reed asking Blake Texera how it happened. Dave Halls was present during the incident and did not speak with either Hannah or Blake. Lane Looper, first assistant camera, texted Roe Walters informing her, "We've now had 3 accidental discharges. This is super unsafe." The third discharge involved a special effects popper, which is a small explosive that simulates a bullet impact on a surface. Roe Walters responded, "Accidental discharges on the firearms?" Looper responded, "Yeah, 2 discharges today and 1 on week 1. Roe Walters did not ask any additional questions to try to understand what had occurred, despite being informed of the misfires and that at least 1 employee expressed not feeling safe. Rust management took no corrective action." This is the kind of thing where I would be like, what the fuck? So, yeah.
Charge everyone. Maybe I'll get my wish. I want to see at least if I can get like 1 producer held accountable.
Somebody. And so they just note that they knew that there was problems here and they took no further steps. So that's another paragraph of no further steps. Further, no steps taken. When the armor expressed a need to ensure that actors be able to safely handle a firearm with a holster, they were told by the line producer that the armor would be informed if that was necessary. The armor has already said it was necessary, so yes, it was necessary. When the armor was scheduled to train the stunt crew on firearm safety, she was told that the stunt coordinator would handle that instead. The employer demonstrated plain indifference to the hazards associated with firearms by routinely failing to practice their own safety protocols and failing to enforce adherence to safety protocols and failing to ensure that the handling of deadly weapons was afforded the time and effort needed to keep the cast and crew safe. Additionally, they disregarded or didn't follow up to understand any of these safety concerns. And as a result of this, people were severely injured and, in fact, killed. Based on the above findings, I recommend a willful serious citation with penalties be issued to Rust Movie Productions, citing the plain indifference to the recognized hazards associated with the use of firearms on set to which their employees were exposed. Wow.
How big can that penalty be?
I don't know.
I would make it massive. You know what that document should have said? This is a shit show. Holy moly.
I would basically say line up all of the producers in a room.
Yeah, I
and
have
then
a solution too for this whole thing, but I'm like, we can't say that on YouTube.
And then you just start you start with a 1, and then you keep adding zeros until you see them all cry. That's a good way to get to the appropriate penalty on this one.
That's the only way to shake it up enough that anybody considers making any massive changes. Because if you don't go at the money, guess what? Nobody cares.
And so I see here Jerry Lass noting, I was an armored car driver, had to make safety a priority every day. I don't even like guns now, but how anyone can point one at a person and not have the fear to check is beyond me. I will tell a little story here. So at the last Woodland Brutality, they had people out with kit that is used to train the military. So these are, military rifles with a blank firing adapter and also a funky laser thing on it that actually shoots like a laser pattern. It's this weird spread. And there are little machines that are there to basically evaluate. You're wearing little light receptors to evaluate if you got shot. Based on when it sees the lasers, it determines if that. And so this is all done with blanks. And so basically the challenge is there's a guy with another one of those things, and your challenge is shoot them before they shoot you with these blank things. And this is all done very, safely and so forth. They were showing us the, that it was blanks and so forth. We could have a look at all of that. And that was really stressful, right? When you're sitting there going, oh my God, this is, and it's, a training drill kind of thing with people who do this for a living, people who are using this setup. It's, yeah, I see people basically saying it's military laser tag. That's exactly what it is. It's still like, holy crap. There's this sentiment of, I'm pointing a gun at a person, and I wasn't willing to do that until I'd seen, all of the safety stuff was followed, like that everything is there. So the attitude to this, like, because I'm sorry, if I had heard, if there had been like a single shot with a projectile from those people running that, they would have absolutely, they would have shut that down, right? And like those guys have been running for, I think they said like 20 years. And yes, it's the MILES system, multiple integrated laser engagement system. It's a really cool system. They can do things like you can actually see about, you can, like, for instance, shoot a tank with the gun and it'll say, okay, well, you've just shot a tank with a rifle. That's not going to do anything. Oh. But, if the tank turns around and opens up with their big gun and hits you with that, it'll be like, yes, you are registered as a kill because you're just a dude and you've just been shot by a tank.
You just been shot.
But they have all sorts of things. Like this helicopter, which is also equipped with the MILES system, is able to take a certain amount of, of rifle shots, but not forever. So it can consider all of that. It's a really cool system.
That is cool. So do you want to hear? Okay, I found an article that has the quotes that I was like, from the armor.
Oh God.
Okay, so it was a podcast. Now, when we said she has very little experience, she has done one film before this film, and it was a Nicolas Cage film. And so she's talking about it. And this is just, I can't. So here's what she said. I just finished up working on The Old Way with Nicolas Cage, his very first Western. It was also my first time being head armorer as well. I was really nervous about it at first, and I almost didn't take the job because I wasn't sure if I was ready. But doing it, it went really smoothly. The scariest thing, she also said, loading blanks into guns was the scariest thing to her until her father helped train her. And then she said, oh God. Then she adds, the best part of her job is showing people who are normally kind of freaked out by guns how safe they can be and how they're not really problematic unless put in the wrong hands.
Like hers.
But here's the other thing I was talking about. So on that Nicolas Cage film, we now have like two different stories. One was there was a misfire and like a discharge or whatever, and Nicolas Cage went off because he didn't have ear protectors in, of course. So he lost his on that. And another incident, she handed a gun, a rifle, to an 11-year-old actor, because you guys, don't forget, we have child actors. She handed it to an 11-year-old, and someone stopped it because she was loading it. Let's see if I can find it. She was loading the gun on the ground where there were pebbles and stuff, and we didn't see her check the barrel, so we didn't know if there was anything in it. And so they stopped it, to make her like check it. But she was, this person is just saying she was careless with the guns, waving it around every now and again. And there were a couple of times she was loading the blanks and doing it in a fashion that we thought was unsafe. So this is where people want to blame everything on Alec Baldwin or everything on this particular set or everything on the AD. And I'm like, okay, but we do have a problem here with this armorer.
Yes, we have a conjunction of everybody. Everybody collectively being a screw up, right?
But I mean, just the fact that like nobody ever thinks about that. But yeah, she handed a loaded weapon to a child, but hadn't properly checked it.
And you also mentioning that Nick Cage got her thrown off or kicked off the.
He didn't get her fired. So let's see if I can find that.
I didn't regret that now.
Yeah. Let's see. How do I? This came out. Oh, he did. He stormed off the set. Now, this sounds like movie star like diva drama, right?
Except you got to know Nick Cage's reputation.
Well,
Nick Cage's reputation is basically the guy that you can like.
Yeah.
He will put up with whatever shit.
This is where I say good on Nick Cage. As the movie star, he's got the
guy
right.
who comes out looking good on all of this.
Yes, he does.
But yeah, Nick Cage, his reputation, from what I understand, is like basically if you need a scene where somebody's getting slapped, Nick Cage is like, sure.
Yeah.
No biggie.
So here's what it says. It's pretty brief. It says Cage even walked off at set screaming at Hannah after she fired a gun without warning for the second time in 3 days. The movie's key grip he gave an interview. He said, "Make an announcement. You just blew my bleeping eardrums out." And he stormed off. And apparently, this guy even told the director that she needs to be let go. So this grip, it's a key grip, who told the director she needs to go.
Now, keep in mind, grip is like pretty much the lowest on the totem pole.
But yeah, you got your movie star. That, I can't believe she wasn't fired.
When the grip, like, is feeling sufficiently confident to say she needs to get fired, she needs to get fired. Because, like, grip, grips are people who are doing things like taping down wires and, stuff like that. When you watch footage of movie sets where they're often not, they'll just yell, grip. I need a grip here, because they're all interchangeable. They don't even get names. They're just kind of so. Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy that he storms off. He curses her out. I'm guessing he wanted to be. He didn't want to be that guy. But he should have been that guy. He should have been like, replace her. Call me when you do. Bye.
I mean, that's the one thing I will say that I might be able to fault him on is that honestly, he should have. This is a place to be more of a diva.
Mm-hmm.
This is a place to be like, so not only am I storming out, but if she's still here when I get back, then I'm gone for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
That's going to be me. You guys, if you ever read a story or if there's ever a leak of audio of me screaming like a crazy, like on a set, you just wait for it because the story is going to be somebody was doing some shit with a gun.
Yeah, I mean, I would 100% support Nick Cage. You know, if I'd heard Nick Cage threw something at her, like a rock, I would have been like, I mean, not legal, but I get it. Like, I get it. So, yeah. Headline, Cage gets young woman fired during her first... No, young woman gets herself fired in her first job by injuring Nick Cage.
Yeah, and like, if that, I mean, like, that's how they could have made it sound, but he could have come out and said, let me tell you what was happening. And as soon as he did, you know, no matter what the public thinks, the industry would have been like, bravo.
I mean, I get the comment is basically that the media would spin it as, you know, he's this ogre who's, you know, harming this young woman who's just trying to get her place in the industry and so forth. And I'm going, I don't care. Like, if you are not capable of being, you know, if you're not capable of being safe on this, then you need to not. And, you know, see people saying, you know, remember who Hannah's dad is, very respected in the industry. Yes. And that might have actually caused problems here because she might have been afforded way more leeway than she should have been because of that. You know,
that's my guess. That's my guess as to how she got these jobs in the beginning. Like,
yeah, I mean,
she's not qualified on paper in a Western. These are both Westerns, by the way. And that's going to be typically the most, you know, some of the most heavy with firearms.
Yep. I mean, it's like that or John Wick, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
madness.
It's just nuts is really what it comes down to. It's just purely crazy.
Charge everyone.
Yeah, charge everyone, and you know,
and then let's do the civil cases and make them all go broke.
Oh, it's so
God.
frustrating. And I mean, there were so many people here who were, you know, as I said, I talked to a bunch of armorers about this, and they were just frustrated as hell, especially because at the end of the day, Hannah Gutierrez Reed has harmed their livelihoods because there's a whole lot of armorers. KVB in the chat was saying that they don't know if they're, you know, if they're going to be coming back to the industry. And that's a lot of people wondering because they don't actually know if they're, if there's going to be an industry, right? Mm-hmm. There's a whole lot of people who are wondering if there's still going to be, you know, if these jobs are still going to be out there for, you know, armorers who are actually doing good work.
Yeah.
And I go, you know, why should people who aren't screw-ups be losing their livelihood? And some of them have huge amounts of investment, right? Like some of them have tremendous, you know, because if you've got all of these, you know, firearms investments, you know, if you've got like, let's say you're ready to outfit a, you know, a World War II production, and you've got 50 World War II rifles. Think of what that costs, right?
Yeah.
I was at Movie Armaments Group in Toronto. They have an entire wall of AR-15s. And think what that costs.
Yeah.
You know, they've got a decommissioned rocket launcher. Think of what that cost, right? Because that was not cheap either.
And I know that there were was it The Rock? I know there were a couple of stars that came out in response to this, and they said, I'm not going to use blank fire on my films anymore. And so that affects these armorers who are now like, shit, you know, big movie stars saying I'm not going to allow this anymore means I'm out of a job.
Yep. And it's absolutely unfair.
Yeah.
So,
and you know, I would be all for, you know, like a federal state law that just to implement some kind of, you know, qualifications, license, something. And then I would also I think maybe the armorers should all get together and see if they can unionize. Because, you know, if they had their own union, that's going to, you know, that's going to make it a lot harder for something like this to happen where, you know, they're pushing the armor around and saying, you can't do this or you can't do that, or we need this or we need that. You know, if you're in your own union and these are your union rules, then they can't go trampling all over yours.
Yeah.
But that won't fix the problem when you have non-union people. And that's part of what happened here is they were in New Mexico. So they can have both.
It's really frustrating. So I see the comment here of, well, if anything has been proven, it's the government and unions fix issues. Not necessarily, but I mean, this is a situation where, I mean, fundamentally, these guys knew they were cutting corners, right? They clearly were aware of that.
Yeah.
And so
I think if anything has been proven, it's that Hollywood does its own thing. Hollywood doesn't follow the law, and Hollywood doesn't follow its own rules, and Hollywood does whatever the fuck it wants.
Yeah. And
it's not good. It's not good, but they do all the time.
Which is frustrating as fuck, right?
Yeah. I mean, I've had guns pointed at me.
Which, yeah.
And in some of those cases, I didn't get to check it. Oh, I didn't get to tell you the flip story. So the flip story was I was shooting in Tennessee, and the armorer on that was actually a police officer. And interestingly enough, so were the extras. And I'm in a high-speed car chase, and I'm supposed to get out, and they're all there blocking me with their guns on me. And the director calls me over, and he says, so this is our armorer. He's so-and-so, such and such. And, you know, he just wanted to let you know what's going on, and you can inspect the weapons. Now, these are all police officers. They're literally in their uniforms. So,
like actual police officers.
Yes, actual police officers. And he's like, so here's what we did. These are not our pistols. These are not our work pistols. Like, he made that very clear. And then he said, and they banded the slide. They took like a zip tie and banded the slide. And so they were like open. And he's like, you want to check all of them? And I was like, yes, sir, I do. Thank you.
And
these are police officers. And I'm still like, yes, and thank you.
And here's the thing. Did he go like, when you said you wanted to check them, or was he just like, come on over here and let's do this?
Yep.
Because, you know, if
he's more than happy. It's like, you want to look? Okay.
It's because he's a professional. It's because that's.
And all the cops were probably like, they probably did chuckle to themselves later. Like, this little actress, she probably didn't even know what she was looking at. You know, they didn't know that I actually did know. But maybe I surprised them because I was like, yes, please. And I'm literally looking in every one of their slides. Like, yeah, okay.
And I mean, that I think you're going to see more actors doing that and going, I want to have a look now.
Yeah. Well, that's, you know, I've thought about it. Like, we do have the manuals, we do have the guidelines, but I don't know any actors that, aside from the group that I trained with, a lot of them are stunt folks. But like the regular actors.
Yeah.
I bet if I took a poll, absolutely none of them are familiar with any of these things. And, you know, we don't have, like, You only get the training if you end up on a film where it's going to be in use, and then you're at the mercy of the armorer. So imagine that your first time is working with a chick like this. I mean,
yeah, and then they learn all these bad habits. They learn that this is all okay.
Like just setting your rifle down on the ground in between takes. Like, what?
And I see BL saying, I just turned 30 yesterday. Happy birthday. Thank you for providing the perfect background for my recovery on the couch. I'm guessing there were a few sips on the couch today. Thanks for helping make sense of tough cases. Big love from Perth, West Australia. Yeah, absolutely. It's that's kind of what I enjoy doing on this, is kind of looking in on all of this, because
I've just been waiting on this one, waiting for the criminal investigation to conclude. I figured, like, come on now.
I just kind of fear that they're going to get to the end of all of this and they're going to say, we're not going to lay any charges. And I get why, but at the end of the day, I'm just like, this is frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's super frustrating to see this. And yeah. See, Runkle addressed this a while back. CGI and replicas doesn't look or sound as good. It's true. I've seen movies where they've tried to do it, and I'm just like, oh God, oh God, no.
You can very easily do a mix. You know, you can make a good film doing a mix of those things, like live, practical, and CGI, if you need to. So, like, I wouldn't put one in the hands of a child. You know what I'm saying? I would CGI that.
There's certain shots that just cannot be done with CGI. Mm-hmm. And
that's when you can cheat with maybe a double or a stunt person or something like that, you know.
One of the examples for that is the scenes you'll sometimes see that are done in the dark. So if you've got like two people having a gunfight in a dark hallway that's getting lit up by the muzzle flashes, that is a scene that is impossible to CGI.
Yeah.
You just can't do that because you actually need the muzzle flashes to be providing the light to, to light that up. I see bring back blood squib. CGI blood looks awful. I agree. It absolutely does. And blood packs look so much better.
Yeah.
Fake guns cost more for less realism, and you just need to check the gun. We did for a century in cinema. I will just point out that there's been something like 3 fatalities.
Yeah.
With firearms in the history. Think of how many movies are made in the average year. And I don't mean just Hollywood big budget productions. I mean, including like jackasses fucking around for something that's going to go to a film festival that you've never heard of and nowhere else. Right. So
I have to say though, like we've only had 3 fatalities. What's remarkable to me though is that we've only had 3 fatalities because of the things I've seen personally. That's what's just like, wow.
I mean, we should have better safety protocols. Absolutely. And like the stuff that happened on Rust should never happen in any circumstance. But that doesn't mean that, you need to just abandon this entirely.
No.
So,
yeah. And I'm not on board with that. I am just like, I genuinely think if the only thing we did is make an industry-wide qualifying thing of some sort, license, something, test you have to pass, I don't care what it is, for every armorer, and require every set that uses blank fires to employ one of those armorers. You can't just hire any old body. I bet that could change a lot of things.
And I see somebody noting that there are way more driving fatalities and no one's banning vehicles on set. I mean, driving actually causes a serious number of fatalities.
Is this where I tell you that we're not actually driving the vehicles many of the times?
Oh, I mean, anytime you see somebody, in the car, yeah.
If it's an actor, it's usually on a tractor trailer thing. There's a SAG rule that says you're not actually allowed to operate the vehicle Well, it's really weird. Now,
usually when people are killed, it's stunt people.
It's stunts, yes. Yeah.
And, so.
It's usually, the stunt department. And that's why. Because, everybody loves the actors who are like, I do all my own stunts. And I'm like, no, you don't. Not all of them.
Yeah.
Not all of them.
You do some of your own stunts, but that one where somebody is, now to be fair, there are some actors who've done some stunts where I was just like, okay, serious props. And I see the one here, unless you're Tom Cruise, like apparently Tom Cruise was actually hanging onto an aircraft, and that is freaking wild. Like, and yeah, there are some actors who do their own stunts, entirely. There's a lot of actors who are like, well, I did a bunch of my own stunts, and their stunts that they did were like, you jumped onto a thing. That was the stunt.
Yeah.
But the other stunt of like guy jumping off a cliff and opening up his parachute, that was your double. That kind of thing.
Seeing the Scientology jokes. Stop.
Well, and the other thing is, and this is the other aspect is, and I'm just finding the chat here. I worked with stunt PGs with a terrible business, so many injuries. I saw one stunt actor actually shared one of their full body X-rays.
Ooh.
And it had so many pins and break and heal and all of that. And I'm just like, ooh, right? There's a lot of people who have suffered a lot because they, I think actually a lot of these stunt people deserve to get paid a lot more than
they do. Yeah.
When you hear like the talent made, $10 million and the stunt person who risked their life to be there, made like 4,000, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and and most of them have, this is going to sound bad, but they have an expiration date for that reason. They
that's the thing.
So injured. Yeah.
They get too broken to continue.
Yeah.
And they also just get too old to continue because, now you don't look like the actor.
Yeah.
Because the actors have an expiration date, but the actors, when they reach their expiration date, if they've been successful, like hugely, the guy who, Tom Cruise, his stunt double does not live like Tom Cruise lives. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
And that's the story of many of the stunt people I know. They go from stunt performer to stunt coordinator to eventually like teacher to eventually retired. Like they just kind of back away slowly as it goes.
Yeah, and I mean that is all tragic. So we've got KVB noting the four safety rules. One, it is always loaded until you yourself have seen that it is clear. I'd add to that, if you set it down or if you don't look at it for a moment, it is no longer clear. Mm-hmm. Like, seeing that it is clear is basically, I have just checked the gun right now and it is clear. Or, you're holding the gun, but you have just shown me that it is clear, right? That is sort of that. 2, keep your mother trucking finger off that mother truck all of the time. Yes. There is no reason to do that unless you are about to fire. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. That.
If KVB Studios says don't muzzle fuck anyone, I'm going to ask them where they got their training, because this is sounding very familiar.
Oh. Don't point the muzzle at anything. Down or downrange
only. Yeah.
Yep.
At the ground, yeah.
Yep. So he says, hang on, is that a screwdriver drill? Yes.
Yes, it is.
Video live as soon as we're done here.
Oh, Lord. He's trying to see if he can get YouTube to just freak out with this thing.
Well, I mean, this is so obviously not a real gun.
Yeah.
Right?
What is a booger hook discipline? What?
Booger hook.
Oh.
The old line of keep your booger hook off the bang switch.
No, I've never heard that before. That's hysterical.
Yeah, if Keanu can train for 6 months for John Wick's, if Matt MC can lose 60 pounds for DBC, and Charlize can gain 60 pounds all to get into character, learning to properly handle a gun prior to being on set should be mandatory. Yes, I mean, properly doing it is like, maybe like if you spent a week on the range, I'd be like, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
And that's why it's there. It's kind of there, but it's kind of up to the production. Oh, go ahead.
Know what is beyond your target. Odds are high that you'll miss if I have to tell you these rules. Yes. I mean, I always, every time I look at a target, and that is including like, I'm going out hunting, you see a deer there and you're just like, okay, what is my circle of likely, what is the worst miss I could see myself making with this gun? And if any part of that circle, and probably like double that circle, if any part of that is on like, a house, a road, a person, a thing I don't know what it is, a forest, like just any part of that on stuff I don't know is backstop, then I don't take that shot. The last time I was going hunting, I basically figured out a spot I was sitting, and a large part of why I chose it wasn't just, hey, an animal might come by here. It was also, if I take this shot, it's going into dirt, and I know it's going into dirt, because you don't want a situation where your shot goes through a deer and then who knows where, going, oh shit, is that a town that way? Yeah. So yeah.
We still haven't found out about this claim about the they were firing at cans and things for funsies. I'm very interested to hear if that's true.
I've heard it's only rumor at this stage, because at this point what I've heard is basically that that there's been these reports, but nobody's actually come forward to say they saw it.
Yeah.
And like even that OHSB thing, which interviewed a whole bunch of people, said we don't ultimately know how this, how the live ammunition ended up on set, which you'd think that if they were, that they would have said, hey, people are, people were using live ammunition on set for screwing around, because
yeah.
So
maybe we'll find out. I don't know. Someone said I look drunk or high. I'm actually not this time. But you know what it is? I have my light shining right here. I keep having to sprint to see the screen. That's probably what it is. I'm like,
ring lights are bad for that.
Yeah.
Yes, Zora probably sleepy. Puppies have a schedule they like to keep, and Mrs. Runkle isn't there to keep on schedule.
Uh-oh.
Yes, she would actually be in bed at this point, and I suspect Zora is like, I would like to be asleep, and I need a pillow, and that pillow is you, Mr. Talkie Guy.
Yeah, and I don't know how you're still up.
I am a weird person. I sleep less than I should, so yeah. I see hunters hunt from stands, not just for the view. I only recently realized that shooting from a higher angle ensures the bullets are angled downward if they aim at all. Yes, that's a major aspect. If you're up in a tree stand, you're shooting down into dirt. It's a great angle, wonderful angle. It's my favorite angle. So, yeah. Other places that are great to, are if you got a hill or something like that. Yeah. Somebody says, I went away for a bit. Did you eat that food? No, it's still here and it's getting cold.
Oh, no.
So I can wrap this up fairly shortly here. I see somebody saying, tell me about ADHD insomnia. Yes. It sounds to me like, what do you call it? Sounds to me like Zora is wanting some attention. I'll just see about...
She gets to say bye-bye.
Come on, Pups. You can say bye to the nice people.
She's like, what is going on? You've basically been in that room all day, right?
Pretty much, yep.
That explains it.
Oh, so Zora is sort of going, I normally like more attention than this. You are normally Normally you like to snuggle. Why have I not been getting proper snuggles? She's like, I demand scritches. I am not getting sufficient scritches, and you got to fix that. Zora's a good pup, and she's very much sniffing the Chinese food and the dog treats. And decide which one she wants to sniff more. So she's like,
she would like to sample both if you don't mind.
I'd like one or both of these. Can we make that happen somehow? And yeah, she's a good pup. Potter's a good pup too, and he is a little more camera shy. He's sitting there. All right, so yeah, that's the FBI report. That's also the OHSB report. Also, Abigail, you mentioned that you were sort of the person coming up with the role of law thing. Shoot me a Twitter DM. I should send you something. So make sure that happens.
He'll send you a thank you.
I will send a thank you. I will send something as a proper thank you there. So, because yeah, I appreciate that. The good name I probably wouldn't have, wouldn't have thought of on my own. So, all right. And somebody's saying, can we see your face? I don't know if I can convince Zora to climb up. Come on, Zora. Up.
Oh, kind of. There's a puppy.
There's a puppy.
Oh, she can't hear because you have eardrums. Yeah.
No, she can't hear, but she is. She's just a sweet pup. She's.
Right. You know what's going to happen next week? Now they're going to announce something because we just went through all of this.
Oh, I mean, I still want to go through and look at some of the. What do you call it? Look at some of the other interviews because
yeah, I still haven't made it through most of them, but I honestly kind of took it like a lot of people are going to be telling some lies.
Oh, I definitely, including some of the people who really shouldn't, but and also just the one thing I rant about over and over and over again when I watch these interviews is just stop talking. Like the criminal defense lawyer in me, when I see somebody in that room, like in that interview room, and they just keep, and I'm sure there's some people here going, Runkle, you should take your own advice. It's late. But
you're not being investigated for any crime.
I'm not being investigated, but I just get so frustrated when I see these people who are like, you got to realize you're potentially going to get charged with something. And
I couldn't believe he went in there without a lawyer. He's a rich dude. What are you doing?
And it's not like he couldn't afford a lawyer. Right. The other thing that just baffles me is that he's taking this phone call, and he's in there and he's taking this freaking phone call, and I'm going, everything in there is recorded, dude, right? Like, oh my God. So yeah, that was just frustrating as heck. And I'm just trying to see if I can get my video to.
I don't know why you're not focusing anymore.
There we go. I just switched it to manual focus. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Let's wrap this up here. And I see Rakeda and Brandon Herrera lost their damn minds when they watched the Baldwin interview. Yeah, I actually had to stop watching that just because I wanted to sort of watch that one fresh on stream. The other ones I have watched. But yeah, it was so frustrating. All right. I see somebody saying, how do you stay up? I was watching Lawyers and Dragons. I had a nap in between because I felt terrible. Yeah. All right. Cool. So I'm going to let everyone go. Thank you all for joining me, and see you guys next time.
Don't forget to hit the like button, you guys.
Oh, yes. Do all the...
and comments.
Do all the YouTube things. Hit the like buttons. Make comments.
I'm getting better at that because my mod is always telling me, don't forget to say that.
Yes. All right.
It's been fun and aggravating, but not because of you. It was a pleasant evening aside from the torturous content.